So we can start. Chandani, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. It's me, Chandani Hettiarachchi, on behalf of the host, that is Global Policy Initiative for Futuristic Sri Lanka, abbreviated at GPIFSL. I cordially welcome all of you distinguished invitees, including Professor Tushanta Nanakara, Vidya Jyoti Dr. Bandal Vijay, Mr. Kabir Hashim, Member of Sri Lankan Parliament, Professor Susanta Patirana, and all other reputed experts joined from different countries to this international forum on science and technology of Sri Lanka. All of your presence truly adds value to the forum. Before moving further, let me introduce the organizing team of GPIFSL who work together to make this program a reality. First of all, Chaminda Hettiarachchi, a consultant and an academic in technology management, is joining from Colombo, Sri Lanka. He is the moderator of today's session. Roshan Pereira, an investment manager at Wall Street, joining from New York, USA, also a moderator of today's session. Dr. Chintaka Jayananda, a program leader from Derby University, joining from United Kingdom. He will be moderating your chats and also comments during the session. Last, Nilan Fernando, an entrepreneur joining from Toronto, Canada, who will be the host of the session. Last but not least, Dalabe Singha, representing Sri Lankan University sector, joining from Colombo, Sri Lanka. Myself, Chandani Hettiarachchi, a lecturer in business management, joining from Brunei Darussalam. I'll be also moderating all your questions and comments on chat during the session. So let me brief you about who is GPIFSL and what are our expectations. That are to create a platform to discuss, debate, and deliberate diversified ideas and opinions from national and global level experts on various subjects. Also to act as an online marketplace for ideas for project implementation, policy making, and community building in Sri Lanka. Also to practice the use of wisdom of crowd approach in policy making instead of traditional expert-driven policy formulation in Sri Lanka. Last but not least, to act as a think and do tank of civil society in policy formulation in Sri Lanka. Knowing that, I will further brief you on recent highlights of the events that we GPIFSL team have conducted so far. For last 5 months, we have already hosted 4 forums on varied focus topics, such as freedom of speech, COVID-19, education and higher education, Sri Lanka. So this forum on science and technology is our 5th consecutive event. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to invite you to contribute to this program to be a truly enriching one. Thank you. With that, I hand over the forum to Nilan, host of the session, to brief you on ground rules, structure, and other digital operation related information. All the best wishes for a productive session. Thank you again.
Thank you, Chandani. Yes, my name is Nilan Fernando, joining from Toronto, Canada. Studied at University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka, and living morning from here. It's a beautiful morning, Sunday morning here, and my role is here. My role is hosting you in technical point of view. Now the everyone's IT perspectives, controlling mics and.
Milan, your voice is not good enough. So can you come closer to the microphone? Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Yes, good. And you should be good now, right? Yes. You heard me before, right? I don't have to repeat, I think. And first, I would like to explain the forum structure, mainly 4 sessions in 60 minutes. And the first session is opening remarks, invited speakers, 60 minutes, 5 minutes each. Session 2, individual contributors by experts, introducing themselves, and they get 3 minutes for each. and introducing themselves and what is the involvement of the to the technology and science and what their interest to share their knowledge and experience with us. So the third is the moderated open session. That is also 60 minutes. That's open discussion with the Q&A, and it will moderate by Chaminda and Roshan. And after that, the recording will be stopped, and the fourth session will be the World Cafe of Ideas, and possibly continued another 60 minutes up to, and according to the participant interest and the demand. And World Cafe Ideas information discussion for the friendly networking and team building. And your request can also create. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. And the explaining the rules and norms, and the session go live recording and Facebook live on, and please set up your cameras and the lights. Concerned about that because everyone wants to see your beautiful faces, right? So yeah, I would like to ask you keep your videos on all the time if possible, and the mics mute if it is idle. Once you are not talking, we can keep the mics off, and because we can control the noises and the interruptions. And also I have the control to your mic to mic mute and unmute. So if you forget, then I can do that. Don't surprise. So that's me. Yeah, the speakers will be called according to the first come first serve. That means the point we admitted you. That's why I took a little while to admit everyone, because I had to take a list, because I don't see any other way to organize you, giving equal opportunity to everyone, because we consider everyone is equal here, and no one left behind. Yeah, and also the if any mistakes I do, please message me in the chat room. Then we will take into the consideration. And also the chat room will be administrated by Chandani Tilakaratna and Chintaka Jay. They will take questions and answers, personal questions and everything in the chat room. So
maybe Chintaka can raise hand so that people.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And this is how it works. That like I will bring the speaker to the speaker view in the allocated time slot, and once you have left 30 seconds, I put them into the gallery view again, but still you can talk, but you know that then that means you have only 30 seconds to wrap it up. So we must be strict with the timing, because it's a long session. Otherwise, some people will be at the end, the long wait. So we don't want to frustrate anybody. So time is strictly considerable. So I don't want to appear and stop your bothering or interruptions. So all intellectuals, I think you will understand, when you're in the gallery, that means 30 seconds. So you can wrap it up in 30 seconds. So, but if you have to continue your speak or the knowledge sharing, still we have the time in QA sessions. So it will go freely. So we can discuss further. So the language policy here is English is preferred, because there are other nationalities. So everyone must be understand. But again, however, if somebody comfortable in their own language, Sinhala or Tamil or the whatever they are comfortable, they can mix up and talk. Then we all can understand. Your language is not the way to understand everything. That the way you talk and your beautiful actions will understand too. Will be understand. Okay. And chat functions, I talk about that. So at the end, finally, I have to say everyone must have their preferred name in the profile, because I'm going to call you in that name, because sometimes we have names called iPhone 5, iPhone 2, like that. So please change into your preferred name. Then I can call you in that name. So if you like to call in your position or the status, just put that in there too, because I personally don't know you, a lot of you. And the last thing, we are going to follow the Chatham House rule here, and Chaminda will explain more about that, because we all protect our privacy. We are not going to give any solutions here, and no personal criticisms. We all sharing our knowledge and sharing for the future development of ourselves and our country and to the world, contribution to the world. And the last thing is that if anyone doesn't have video on or come with an unrecognized names, I may have to message them several times, and otherwise, if they don't listen, I have to remove that, because we have experienced some people, unknown people, come and distract us. So we're going to remove them. So that is your privacy protected. Privacy is protected. Yeah. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say. I think Chaminda will and Roshan will continue from here to their session. After that, I will take over again to my session next. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nilan. Welcome again. So my name is Chaminda Hettiarachchi, Chaminda from Colombo. I have been working in technology management for last 25 years in academia, research, and also in the corporate sector in Sri Lanka and elsewhere. But I'm not going to talk about what I have been doing or my background, because we have more eminent speakers and experts here. But I want to very quickly highlight 2 points. Let me share the screen. Yeah. Can you see the picture view, or maybe I'll do it again? So Nilan just mentioned about Chatham House rule. I'm sure a lot of you already know. This is in technical terms, but basically the idea is you can use the knowledge or the quotations or whatever discussed here for your own purposes outside, but you should not quote people by name, or you should not name other participants. So that's academic rule. I'm sure most of you already know, but for the recording purpose, I wanted to mention it here. Secondly, sorry, okay. Chandani referred one of our kind of thinking, that is the wisdom of the crowd approach, because we see a lot of sessions and forums where VIPs or professors or very important people talk and others listen, or at least they have some time to ask questions. But it's like teach and learn approach. This is how lot of these online sessions are taking place. But we want to do something different. So we wanted to actually get the ideas from individuals, different experts, different field, different background. So we believe that the group opinions are more powerful and more let's say valid than experts answering a question or trying to solve a problem. That is the exact idea of having this session in this format, but it has its own limitation, because then a lot of people are there, all of them are experts of their own fields, but then you have to more listen than talk. So that is why we want you to be patient and also follow the kind of norms. Now, of course, this is also highlighted by Albert Einstein when he mentioned that no problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that has created. Maybe one problem we have in our country is that there are problem creators, so we have to think beyond. For example, today different group try, of course, with the shared interest of contributing Sri Lanka. So we want their opinions and expertise to solve the current problems. Now, this is also something I want to highlight. This is we follow normally design thinking in all of our exercises. Now, with all the experts here, invited speakers and others, we have no disagreement before what you should talk. So their own ideas. So you are free to have your own ideas in this forum in terms of divergent thought. Now, we want to converge through our discussion in the latter part with discussions with some guided questions, but we will in the process. This is only the first session today. So in the future, we will try to focus more on the real issues. But today, you are free to discuss whatever you like. So these are some of the ideas I wanted to share. Yeah. So rationale of this, why we want to have this forum, because we have a lot of Sri Lankans mainly working outside in science and technology fields, and also we have some Sri Lankans in Sri Lanka working on science and technology policy. But and also, of course, Sri Lanka has a tradition of very acute professionals like Sri Ponnam Arthur C. Clarke, who work in science and technology. We have, if you look at this country, we have a lot of institutions, regulations, education based on science and technology. However, we have recently seen a trend where non-science or myths or superstitions are taking over, particularly in high-level decision making. So we want to find out why we cannot use more science and technology, maybe engineering and mathematics also in policy making, and also politics and in other domains. Of course, in addition to that, this is the era of fourth industrial revolution. I have also been working on that domain for several years. So we have new challenges coming. The challenges never has been there before. So are we ready as a country to face them? That's another reason why we want to have this kind of community trying to look at Sri Lanka's way of embracing Industry 4. And of course, COVID-19 has introduced new challenges, but also it has also kind of educated people about scientific things. For example, people now talk about exponential curves, how virus is evolved, it's distribution curves, for example, and then people look at medical terms, how is vaccinated is impactful and how vaccines are made. So there are a kind of a unintended discussion about science and technology. So we think that's important that to go ahead, we have to use them and streamline in their daily decision making. So that is why we want to have a forum where scientists and technologists and relevant people are coming together and try to go beyond their own, let's say, own work domain and involved in science, policy making as well as social development. Of course, it needs learning from each other. So on that ground, we want to have these objectives fulfilled as a part of this forum and also future ventures. So we want to assess what are the possibilities and need of using STEM in national development, and how other countries are doing. What are the best practices? I'm sure there are many people here connected from different countries who are already into different science and technology ventures. And what are the possible science and technology knowledge transmitted mainly from, let's say, developed or advanced societies to Sri Lanka? And of course, what are the challenges and opportunities available in the country in terms of regulatory, social, cultural, and other issues? So basically, we want to bridge existing gap between science and technology, policy, and the society and development. So that's the basic idea. So that's what I want to highlight. So since we have a lot of expertise in this forum, we want to leverage on that, then dwell on what we have, the limited knowledge and experience we have. So then I'll hand over to Roshan to introduce, have some ideas, his remarks, and then introduce our first international invited speakers. Roshan, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Chaminda. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Roshan Pereira, and I'm based in New York City. I've been an investment professional on Wall Street in New York for about 18 years now. I received my Bachelor's of Science degree in Industrial Management from University of California and an MBA from Indiana University of Pennsylvania in the United States. As Chandni mentioned, this is our 5th consecutive forum organized by the Global Policy Initiative for Futuristic Sri Lanka. The importance of what we are doing today is that we are building an international coalition of like-minded experts who are of Sri Lankan descent to empower and enable science and technology-based policymaking for a progressive, economically and socially powerful Sri Lanka. In every developed country, it is obvious that they have benefited from a science-based approach from their day-to-day life to policymaking at the policymaking level. We believe forums like this will immensely help Sri Lanka to effectively and efficiently incorporate science and technology-based policy formulation. Now, let me introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Tushanta Nanakara, and I'm going to warn you, it's a very long introduction, so bear with me. Dr. Tushanta Nanakara is a professor of robotics at Dyson School of Design Engineering at Imperial College London, where he's also the director of Morph Lab. He's also the speaker and the chair of Imperial Robotics Forum that consists of 44 robotic research groups, across Imperial and Industry Engagement Chair of the UK RAS Strategic Task Group for Soft Robotics. He has published over more than 150 papers in flagship robotic conferences and journals, including IEEE Transactions on Robotics, International Journal of Robotic Research, IEE Robotics and Automation Letters, RSS, IROS, ICRA, and RoboSoft. I'm sorry, can Chaminda share his profile on the screen? Is it possible, Chaminda? Hello?
Yes, Roshan, you can share it. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
I think Chaminda is muted. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. I will try.
He is in the executive committee of the UK RAS Strategic Task Force for Soft Robotics, and in the editorial board as associate editor of flagship robotics publications such as IEE Robotics Automation Letters, RSS, ICRA, IROS, RoboSoft, Frontiers in Soft Robotics, and the Journal of Robotics and Mechatronics. He has also worked at leading laboratories for robotics and numerator control, including the Laboratory for Computational Motor Control at Johns Hopkins University, MIT Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Lab, and Harvard Neuromotor Control Lab. Now, his work experience is currently a professor of robotics at Imperial College London, and previously was at King's College London, Harvard University, MIT, and obviously University of Maratua, and also Johns Hopkins University. So Dr. Tushanta Nanakara, welcome to the forum. Please go ahead, Tushanta. Thank you.
Thank you, Roshan. It's great to have to be with you in this forum. It's a global forum, so I'm looking forward to contribute along with other speakers. So as Roshan said, my field is robotics. So I don't know much about policy, but like I will try to highlight the importance of policy. So the importance of science and technology for Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka, though it is a small country, we should keep in mind that the global population is more than 7 billion people, right? What that means is, if you can sell something that at least you can reach about 1 billion out of those 7 billion people and make a profit of, let's say $10 per annum, right? So that is about $10 billion. So you don't have to have a hugely complicated product to make a $10 profit per annum, from a person, right? So you have 365 days. So just imagine how most big companies like Google, Microsoft, and all these big companies, computer science companies, everything is based on science and technology. So a massive investment in science and technology. So if I take my field of robotics, it is growing now at about 35% compound annual growth rate, right? So, and then it is like within robotics, just a small field called soft robotics, which I'm working on. is now growing at about 40%. And it is going to reach about $4 billion market in 2025. So these didn't come just out of the blue, right? So there was so much investment in science and technology in these countries, especially Europe, US, and Japan, and then they are reaping the benefit out of that now, right? So the important thing is you keep investing in the right direction, and then whatever you are reaping, the benefits now is something you invested about 5 to 10 years ago, right? But if you keep investing at any given moment, you are reaping the benefit from something you invested about 5, 10 years ago. So the important thing is to keep investing, right? So Sri Lanka can do this. Like, so there's nothing called a small country or a big country. All what you have to think of is this 7 billion plus market out there in the global. So why science? Why can't we do reach this with any other thing? It is important to give a guarantee of quality whenever you sell something, right? So any service or product, you have to have a certificate of guarantee. Like, so you cannot give a certificate, a guaranteed certificate of quality of the product or the service unless you have done testing, and then the testing should prove that, okay, under these conditions, this product or the service is going to behave this way, and then with this kind of probability you will experience this this service out of this product, right? It can be a garment, or it can be some specialized tourist service in Sri Lanka, or it can be IT product or anything, right? So like, let's say if you buy something, a soft drink, you can be sure that you're going to experience something, and then that was predicted by the manufacturer, which is just science, right? And then it is very important to have investment in science and technology for that. And science, there's some kind of a myth, or I don't know, some misunderstanding in Sri Lanka that science is a Western thing. Science is not a Western thing. Science has been in Sri Lanka for many millennia, right? So at least if you go back to King Parakram Bhavira, they had irrigation systems that like really kind of marveled the whole world, right? And they were systematic developments of various irrigation systems and reservoirs and dams, and then they were designed methodically. They were not random efforts, right? These methodical things were repeatable, and any methodical thing which is repeatable is science, right? So that is why it is important. It is not a Western thing. The only Western thing is the way we share knowledge. So Sri Lankan knowledge sharing system was mostly feudal, like those people who built these dams and reservoirs, so mainly based on families, and then the knowledge went from the family and then along the descendants. Various gun making, various arts and crafts were just family based, and then that feudal system continued. And then when people die, they die with the knowledge. The only Western thing was with the advent of these Western superpowers in Sri Lanka was that the school system, where people were, knowledge was democratized. Anybody can go to school and then learn these skills, and then anybody can become a doctor, anybody can become an engineer. And then this has been the topic of many books, like for example, Martin Wickramasinghe's book on Gamperlier. All these things are talking about this emergence of this middle class and the upper middle class because of this knowledge sharing system, which is a Western thing. And then the last thing I'm going to talk about is the importance of collaboration. So in the West at least, things are not done alone, right? So my laboratory is linked to many other laboratories in the US and in Europe, and then we do things together. We do things that we cannot do alone, right? And then often these budgets are like multi-million pound or multi-million euro investments, and then I get only a portion of that investment in my laboratory. But we solve a grand problem that we cannot solve alone just by my laboratory. So we go big, and then we collaborate with multiple partners in Europe and US, and sometimes in Japan, and we solve big problems. Sri Lanka should learn this art, right? So there's something lacking in Sri Lanka. People try lonely battles, and then that way you cannot conquer the world. So you have to have team efforts, global efforts, link up with global partners and go forward. That is the way to do science and technology. So with that, I'll conclude. Thank you. Roshan, you're on mute. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Give me 1 second.
I unmuted Roshan. You're good now.
Okay. All right, perfect. Thank you, Dr. Tushanta Nanakara, for your valuable contribution to the forum. Please hang in there for the rest of the session. Again, I thank you for your time. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Bandula Vijay. He too has a pretty long introduction, so I ask you to bear with me. Doctor,
I'm sharing his profile for others to view.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Yes. Vidya Jyoti, Dr. Bandula Vijay, the Ambassador for Science and Technology and Innovation for Sri Lanka, Professor of Clinical Medicine at Kotalava Defense University, and CEO of LeoMed LLC and BinLab Incorporated, a Houston-based medical device development company. He's one of the most eminent investors of medical devices with more than 25 United States and international patents, also known as patents in other parts of the world. He is a scientist, engineer, and a serial entrepreneur who has developed a variety of interventional cardiovascular devices such as balloon angioplasty, vascular stents, local drug therapy procedures, heart imaging devices, and procedures. He's also one of the pioneering investors of one of the present-day vascular stents, which are devices used in human coronary arteries to maintain the patency of arteries after balloon angioplasty. He has also won prestigious awards, one of which was the Vidya Jyoti Award from the government of Sri Lanka, given to exceptional achievements in science in 2017, and also Global Citizen Award from the United Nations Association in 2017, Lifetime Achievement Award from the President of Sri Lanka in 2016, Fulbright Scholar in 1974 to read his doctorate at the University of Southern California, and also he's been an IBM Fellow Award given by the IBM Corporation to outstanding doctoral candidates in the US universities. So with this introduction, I welcome Dr. Bandula Vijay to commence his speech. Thank you very much. Dr. Vijay, you there?
He's muted. Dr. Vijay, unmuted. Yeah.
Oh, Dr. Vijay, you muted. You there?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh,
thank you
perfect.
very much for your kind introduction. Well, I truly agree with Professor Nanakara's comments. I have been working with Sri Lanka for the last 10 years in my capacity as the ambassador, but also at all other capacities like giving courses, teaching short courses in different universities and so on. So here's something that I learned over the years working at the highest level of the government, not only the present government, but the previous governments as well. And one of the most interesting aspects of our country is very resourceful. And one of the biggest resources we have is the brain power. We have very smart people. I have lived in the United States since 1974. I left Sri Lanka when I was 18 years old. So I had a lot of experience with working with other parts of the world, especially in the United States, Europe, India, where I got my bachelor's degree, and also currently with China. So having worked in these countries, one that impresses me the most is how knowledge-based our people are. We are very smart people. But here's something that I need to bring about that. When you go to Ratnapura and dig up your soil and get a rock, we don't know whether that rock is a plain old rock or a gem. First of all, we have to be able to identify whether it is a rock or a gem. Once we identify this, then we have to cut and polish it properly so that it will shiny and brilliant. This whole process when it comes to humans is education. It is the education, although we are very powerful with respect to our intellectuality, it is the education that cuts and polishes so that we become brilliant. Like you have invited me to this forum, I am a member of multiple forums around in the current setting. Recently, the National Science Foundation of Sri Lanka appointed me to a board that will work on innovations in the medical field. And similarly, there is other groups here organized by the ambassador. There's one group that I started in 2016 called Propel Lanka. And so I belong to many of these groups, and we have had many discussions about how can we stand out and produce today's science, just like Israel does, just like South Korea or Taiwan does, or Singapore. These are countries of our size. Why aren't we doing this? So the bottom line of that is, the conclusion that I have come up to, along with some other people I work with, is it's not purely the students or the professors, it's not purely the politicians. The politicians of the present or the past, it doesn't matter which politician we are talking about, they have very little control of how we can develop the STEM or the science education in Sri Lanka. They have absolutely no control about that. I have worked very closely with not only the present government, and in the previous government, I have brought multiple delegations to Houston, to Baylor College of Medicine, University of Texas, University of Houston, and Rice University for that example. And we have had multiple symposiums on education. But it is not that easy to change education in Sri Lanka. So the politicians on one hand are genuinely willing to make a change in how we operate, how we educate, how we run business in Sri Lanka. But at the same time, there is the intellectuals who will also have to collaborate with this whole process. This combination, unfortunately, is not happening well in Sri Lanka. So as a group of us, when in my talk earlier this week at the National Science Foundation, I said the following. That has a group of 6 people, which was the board. But what I advised was to create a bigger voice, like Roshan and others have tried to do here. We have about 20 or 30 people, but we need more of intellectual scientists internationally, from the UK, from Europe, from the United States, and other countries, expatriates from Australia, for example. We have to create a force that will tell the government, you have to follow this path in order to make the change. Without that force, it is going to be very, very hard for the government to make a change in how the country operates. Why we should do that is, like I said in the beginning, we are very intellectual people. If you look at the current audience, you know some of the people who have achieved very high positions, doing a lot of very good research in the world. Anyone in Sri Lanka can do that. Whenever I have a conversation with a group of Sri Lankan scientists, I always try to convince them, please do not do something that is done anywhere else in the world. Do something new. And I have a hard time convincing about that. I will have no problem convincing Professor Nanakara, because he's already doing that. Or any one of the colleagues that I work here in Houston, they're already doing that. But it is very hard for me to convince that. The other thing that Professor Nanakara pointed out is collaboration. If you remember, there was a dengue situation in Sri Lanka a few years ago. And they contacted me, and I went to the tropical medicine faculty at the Baylor College of Medicine, which is the best in the United States. And I got their advice, and I took a whole group of people to Sri Lanka to address this. But I found that in 2-3 different universities, they are doing similar research, but they are not talking to each other. And they even made me promise that I will not divulge whatever they are doing to the other group. So this is what is happening. And frankly, we have to overcome this. So working in collaboration, having proper education, not only in quality, but in numbers. We don't produce enough doctors. Our country has one of the lowest ratio of doctors to 1,000 people in the world, according to the WHO reports. Okay, that number in Cuba is something like 10 or 12. In some of the Northern European countries, Scandinavian countries, is 6 or 7. I think UK is something of the order of 4 or 5. We are like 1.55. We are not producing enough doctors. We are not producing enough engineers. And the engineers we are producing are highly theoretically oriented. They are not thinking outside the box, unfortunately. So we have to look at this carefully. And as a group, by myself, I have not been successful. I have very good connection means to the administration, both present and previous governments. I have, every time I have met President Rajapaksa, President Sirisena, President Mahinda Rajapaksa, or anyone of the ministers in the past, I have always tried to say the same story, but I have not been able to convince them. Not because they don't want to do that. They want to do it, but they don't get the support from the other groups. And you know what happened with the Sinopharm situation in Sri Lanka. President had no control about it. So these are the things that we have to overcome. These are the things we have to tell the policymakers, this is what you need to do. We can, 5-10 of us cannot do that. We have to create a large group of intellectuals from overseas expatriates, and we have to tell it with a big voice saying, this is what you have to do. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Bandulu Vijay, for your valuable thoughts and insight. Please stay on for the rest of the session. Chaminda, I'll hand over to you to introduce the next guest speakers. Thank you.
Based on the, thank you very much. Based on the exciting ideas shared, so I'm almost kind of forgetting my duty, but let me introduce our national speakers after 2 international speakers. First, we have Professor Pathirana. I'm actually not going to explain everything about his profile because it's too extensive. And also I have been knowing Professor Pathirana for last 30 years. I was a student, undergraduate student, and he was my dean when I was a lecturer for some time. And also we are collaboratively working for last many years. Professor Pathirana is the professor in production engineering. Now it's called manufacturing and industrial engineering. He was the department head before and also the dean of the engineering faculty. Now he retired last year, but he's still very active and also working with us. So he has a lot of achievements, academic as well as teaching, but also important that he's also a practitioner. He has been a consultant to different ministerial work, also as well as the industrial organizations. So I will not go into details about him, but I want to have more time for him to talk. Professor Pathirana, over to you, sir.
Chaminda, can I share the screen?
Yes.
In fact, I was ready for this presentation, but I have to cut it short because the time allocation is 5 minutes, so I have to. It is a task actually. In fact, this is the forum. I decided that I would choose these 2 as indicated by the organizing team. So as per the 2 want to emphasize the need of science and technology for the national development in Sri Lanka. The last one to discuss key challenges and opportunities for using STEM in Sri Lanka. Based on these 2, if I line up the concepts that I'm thinking of, The first one is the entry point to the higher education sector, that is the high school education curriculum, and then what are the deficiencies there, if any. And then the second one is the university education, which is normally now at present streamlined with various accreditation schemes. Third one, utilize the knowledge and skill built on STEM in collaboration with industry and other sectors towards national development in Sri Lanka. Collaboration, as Dr. Vijay said, is the most important thing. I will pay a little more attention to that. Now here I thought of a diagram. Stage 1 is the secondary education. Stage 2 is the higher education and vocational education. Stage 3 is the industry, the activities, and then the output is leading towards national development. In fact, this is the challenging situation. Challenges, the sharing or transfer of technologies among these groups. Now here there is another link which probably you may have not noted beforehand. This is the upper secondary education level, and there has to be some kind of exposure to the leading world technologies. There are various subjects which has been taught here, maybe physics, mathematics, and so on. But at the same time, they are to be exposed to the real world technologies in order for them to develop some kind of interest within the students, and also to work hard with their assigned subjects, chosen subjects. So this is about high school curriculum. This is the same. And we'll have to assume that the best scenario, that is all students enjoy equal opportunities. There are teachers for each subject and the laboratory facilities, IT and related facilities, general facilities, and so on. But we know that there are underprivileged schools and then good and the privileged schools in the urban areas. In the present scenario, the student should have access to open source learning management systems, and then account to login, and then how to manage the learning management systems, and so on. So these may be available in leading schools, but some of these facilities are not in the underprivileged schools. We have to pay attention to those things, but this is not the forum for that. I have presented in different forums about quality assurance and then quality monitoring of schools, so that we have a quality map. Needed actions could be taken. So here, what has to be added into the present practice is teaching learning strategies. Under teaching learning strategies, expose students to inspiring examples from world-level technologies. A short session on the application of learned contents plus a popular talk series. This is about that exposure link I indicated in the previous slide. So this is that link. So take, for example, I look at before coming here, I look at the syllabus of the subject physics. There are definition, national goals are defined, competencies are defined very well. And then take this section, level 1.5 scalars and vectors. The learning objectives are clearly defined. And then teaching learning strategies, there you have discuss examples pertaining to addition and subtraction of coplanar vectors. Now here, this is the physics level 1.5 under vectors, and this is how the class is going to be ended up. But if there are teachers around, kindly let me know if I am wrong. This is what I noted from the teacher's guide and then the curriculum. Now I thought that, okay, at the end of the class, maybe after 10 hours of periods or lectures, just give an example about vector transformation and things like that to spend half an hour. That would be the exposure which I meant before. Now here is another big example. For example, Newton's laws of motion, they have been taught in the class, but at the same time, at the end of the 10 hour or 10 periods, expose them to the top level of technologies, so that they will try to create within themselves some kind of interest, and then they will be working hard to achieve the best grades in the subject, for example, physics or mathematics. Now here is another example to tell them the importance of modeling of various devices. This is again under level 2.4 physics, condition of equilibrium. So equilibrium equations are going to be written in the class with simple examples, but tell them that in future you will have this kind of opportunity. So I'm going to spend too much time on this. It is up to the educationalist and then the education specialist to decide what kind of examples are good to show them at the end of the classes and so on. So these kind of examples are available. The familiar products, they will feel feel about the material used for this, and then the form of deformation, and then the forces and so on. But no need to go into details at this level. Now, if necessary, they can go to complicated examples too of governing equation, boundary conditions, and so on. But just mentioning only, then they know that okay, at the in another 5-6 years time, our life is going to be this. Our profession, our dream profession is going to be this. So at the end of the traditional conventional classes, spend half an hour, spend 1 hour exposing themselves to world level technologies. That is what is indicated here. That is number one I want to emphasize here. The second one is higher educational levels. In fact, we know that at the higher educational institutes, a lot of activities are going on even now about quality assurance and accreditation. Washington Accord and Sydney Accord are the codes under which these universities are working to get their programs accredited. So if necessary, we can discuss this during the discussion session, but I don't want to spend time on this. But let us continue. So these are the schemes for under which the education institutes are going to be accredited. And then after accreditation, we know that the degree programs, educational programs are acceptable internationally, and then the graduates are accepted and recognized internationally, and that is the result of the accreditation exercise. Now, I'm sure that almost all the engineering faculties in Sri Lanka are going through the accreditation exercise. Now, this is the most important stage. That is where the collaboration is important. This is the place where almost all the STEM products, that is the STEM hub, STEM community, to work together in order to deliver the goods to the community or to the country. Now, within this group, there are academics, there are the engineers, there are scientists, technologists, there are R&D teams within the universities, R&D units in companies, R&D institutions like ITI and then Nerd Center and so on. All these are to work together. The interaction is very important. Collaboration is very important to work on technology transfer, technology development, and then implementation for economic activity. In fact, finally, we have to look for the resulting economic activity. But here, this is the question. This is the questioning area. Now, in the forum today, it says the STEM, use of STEM in the national development of Sri Lanka. That is the area where we find it difficult to understand exactly where is the line. What is the contribution of this particular team, STEM hub or STEM community towards national development? Now, if you take the central bank report, it says the industry.
Okay, sorry, you are overtaking the time. So if you don't mind, maybe within 1 or 2 minutes you can conclude.
Okay, so this is the place where we want to see the collaboration, and then in order to identify the output of the science and technology community or the STEM hub, we should be able to see their contributions. So we can't identify their contributions. Even with the present level of activity, they are contributing. So how do you say that the science and technology community, STEM community, does not contribute or does contribute? And then what is the level of contribution? So it is very difficult to draw a line here. So for which I thought of proposing there should be a portal, e-portal, where all the institutions, all the technology suppliers and then the technology seekers are going to be registered. So one would be able to monitor the situation, monitor the hub, and then see what are their contributions. And so we'll discuss the things later. So this is about policy formulation for economic growth. The first half of it, when it comes to foreign direct investment, how the STEM community is going to be made use or highlighted in the case of foreign direct investment. But this is for domestic investments. Even the same things are same things are valid. But in addition to that, there are many things we can discuss those things. So this is This is when it comes to domestic investment, I noted two cases. One is external party simply approached the university saying that, okay, we need this to be done, this process to be developed, and then this product is to be made with desired quality, desired rate of production, and so on. So finally, we were able to do it, and then the factory is running. After some time, after years of operation, they say, okay, your timely delivery of machines will help us. And then the performance of these machines are comparable. We can send low-cost products to the market, rapid growth of business, and so on. So this is one case. Simply, we were told to develop things. So this is the factory. And then one other byproduct of this operation was that one of the students who got involved in the project with his experience, he started his own startup company, and then he's exporting assembly machines, and then he's supplying assembly machines to the local market. And the second one, this is something the need arose within the team itself, a biomedical research team among the faculty of among several faculties. Scientists got together and then decided that, okay, we should be able to do this. What is this? The custom-made prosthetic implants in Sri Lanka. So this was designed. The medical team provided whatever the images and so on, and then the engineering and design teams worked together, and then we came up with this, and then implanted, and then the child is now in good shape. So this is something identified within the group, and then the results were there. But I don't want to say that these two cases are success cases also. But we should have continued with these things forever with so many other projects. But this is the resource center, in the university. And these are two cases of technology transfer. One is product and process design. The other one is biomedical applications, where the need was identified within the team itself. And these are some of the recommendations based on our experience, and then what we can note the situation in Sri Lanka about STEM and the use of STEM. And then we can discuss these things at the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Padirana. I understand you went on a kind of marathon, but sorry, we have to also follow the Nilan's timing rule.
Yeah.
So let me introduce our last but not least, but most important speaker, the bridge between the technologies to the policy. So we have Mr. Kabir Hashim. Mr. Kabir Hashim is actually an economist by training and has a master's degree in economics and has worked with many international institutions in this capacity. Maybe some of you don't know, you only know maybe as a politician. Kabir Hashim has worked as a consultant economist for ADB, World Bank, United Nations, USAID, and other organizations, not only in Sri Lanka, across the countries in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Vietnam, Philippines, and Laos. However, he has been a politician, as you know, from 2094 and count more than 25 years as a member of parliament in Sri Lanka. He has held many national positions, cabinet positions in the country. He was the chairman, general secretary of Sri Lanka's largest political party, UNP, and also he had held many cabinet ministries. He has been the Minister of Higher Education. That is particularly one reason we wanted to invite him, actually. Minister of Investment Promotion and International Trade, Minister of Public Enterprise Development, Minister of Higher Education and Road Development, and Minister of Petroleum Resources Development. For the people who are connected to other countries, these are all national or cabinet ministerial level positions. So he's one of most senior living politician, I would say. He's currently a sitting member of the parliament and represents the main opposition party of the parliament. In addition to that, Kabir Hashim has been promoting the legislation of national evaluation policies through parliament and to use development evaluation as a key tool for parliamentarians and governments to ensure the framework of good governance that can be ensured with evaluation policies. In 2013, he took the lead to set up the Global Parliamentary Forum for Evaluation, that is called GPIFSL, of which he is the chairman today. The GPIFSL has representation more than 70 parliamentaries globally. And I want to also add that in addition to, can you share the unshare the screen, also at that, Mr. Kabir Hashin has been very kind to join this session. He has agreed to stay till then, and also he asked me to tell you just to call him Kabir. Mr. Kabir Hashin, this is your time, sir. We don't hear you.
Okay, that was quite a long introduction, Chaminda. I hope all what you said was true. Thank you very much for that great introduction. You know, it's a tough job to be. We have following Dr. Tushanta, Dr. Vijaya, and Dr. Patirana, you know, 3 experts on this subject. And then I come in as a politician, and you've given me 5 minutes or 6 minutes, and normally the speaker shouts and says, stop, you know, now you're going to be the speaker. So I'm going to start, not waste any time. I'm happy and feel privileged to be here. Happy because I see so many Sri Lankans who are concerned about our country. That's great. At a time we need everybody's support to get the country back on track. And that's, it makes me happy. I feel privileged because this is a very intellectual group, and for me to be in this group. So if the process of globalization has actually more than shown the importance on knowledge, and that knowledge is increasingly important and a huge ingredient of growth and development. And knowledge is increasingly at the core of a country's competitive advantage. On the other hand, if you look at the older theory of comparative advantage amongst nations, now it becomes less and less from abundant natural resources and cheap labor, and more increasingly from technical innovation and the competitive use of knowledge and the use of application of it for industry. So what we are talking about is very important, and we understand that we should take it as priority. There have been 4 industrial revolutions since the 18th century. We are living in the 4th industrial revolution, which is the digital revolution. And where is Sri Lanka placed in that digital revolution? Are we ready? The world, well, that's the question, right? And the world is changing. It's changing very fast. The pace it's changing. Today, you see how are we going to keep up? That's the important thing. So I feel like, you know, there are companies which don't own a single car, but a largest fleet owner like Uber or Picnic. The companies which don't have a single retail store, but has the largest retail chain in the world, and like Amazon or Alibaba. So this is how the change has come. So I saw this saying from Charles Darwin, which I thought was relevant. I quote, "It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the ones most responsive to change," unquote. And a saying that is equally closer to our hearts and closer from home, from Kumaratunga Munidasa, quote, "Alut alut de notakana jatiya doa no nagi," unquote. So when you take this, you know, in this changing world, the role that we have is very important, because the world that awaits us in the future is one in which the most important currency is not money or stocks or your assets or land or machinery. It will be your intellect and your intellectual property. Now, the question is, the challenge is how to convert this intellect into ideas, and these ideas into innovation, and these innovations into products that will serve our nation. And I think that the subject we all pulled out, STEM education, right, is important, and that it has a big role to play. Now, where does our country stand in this position in STEM education, and where are we moving? So as a policymaker, I just looked at it. I've been looking at it before. It's not in a very good place. With an aging population, Sri Lanka's competitiveness will depend on building a diversified and agile workforce, which is able to adapt, innovate, and apply technology. Now, the country faces a shortage of skilled labor in industry and services right now. That's the real situation. The labor market in Sri Lanka has 3 requirements that our current education system does not meet. First, graduates with a foundation in science and technology are in high demand, followed by graduates in commerce and management. Dr. Hettiarachchi gave us some picture of what we were doing. Right. Second, the demand for highly skilled workers has outpaced demand for lower skilled levels. Between 2015 and 2018, the number of workers employed in skilled jobs rose by 29%, whereas the number of those in lower skilled jobs rose only by 3.9%. So you can see that the demand is growing for skilled workers. Now, the third demand by the labor market is that industry, services, and trade requires young people who have critical cognitive skills and also digital English skills and modern 21st century skills, which we need to impart to them through our education system. In Sri Lanka, we have limited access to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. Why I say this is, despite high access rates overall, upper secondary enrollments are skewed towards arts subjects. The arts subjects only take most of it. Only 1/3 of upper secondary students are enrolled in science and technology. 1/3, that is 33%. That was in 2018, right? Nationwide, if you take, only 36% of schools with GCE A-level streams offer science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Dr. Hettiarachchi gave a picture of how we have all this, but it is not widespread. Only 36% of the schools with A-levels have all these facilities, like the laboratories, etc. Secondary education standards are poor. In 2019, 26% of our students did not pass the GCE O-level exam. They didn't even pass. Whilst 38% of the school candidates did not pass the A-level exams, right? And the failure rate in A-level mathematics is something like 63%. Now, if you look at this, we have a problem. As a response, on 29th August 2017, Mr. Ranil Wickramasinghe, the then Prime Minister, brought the STEM Education Subject Development Act to Cabinet and got approval. And the Ministry of Education started working on STEM education framework in 2018. Parallelly, the Sectoral Oversight Committee on Education and Human Resources in Parliament set up a committee under the chairmanship of former Member of Parliament, Professor Ashu Marasinghe, to provide the support to develop the framework. Between 2018 and 2019, Professor Marasinghe sat with over 138 industry representatives, education sector specialists, practitioners, principals, and teachers to study the process deeply. A 3-day workshop was held at the MAS Training Center in Tulhiria for teachers, principals, officials. 9 committees were formed, and in 2020, early January 2020, a report was submitted to Parliament on STEM education to take it forward. In the Yahapalana government, Mr. Ranil Wickramasinghe introduced 26 subjects into the curriculum for A-level students so that they could go into vocational and technical education if they like. And he made education, 13 years education compulsory. A tab was to be given to every A-level student free so that we move on in this area. And then the STEM Education Committee was held. We believe that an increase in 1% in STEM education in a year can give 1% increase in GDP, which Dr. Vijay was just saying about. Our target should be in Sri Lanka, at least to move from 30% in this area to 60% before 2030. And as policymakers, I think we are there to do that part. And as Dr. Bandura Vijay said, what you need is a few champions. You can convince politicians. There are politicians who are willing to listen, and you just need to pick those champions. Doesn't matter on which party they belong to, who would be able to take this and run. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kabir Hashim. It was enlightening to hear some positive notes. Of course, also some failed attempts. So now we have to go for the second session, but I would like to have offer a small Q&A, 1 question per speaker, just to get back some new ideas. So if you have a question to Dr. Bandula Vijay, please raise your hand, virtual hand, and ask the question directly. Very brief questions, only one question. Okay, no questions. Now, I'll ask the question. Dr. Bandula, now I also look at, okay, we have Reverend Vathara Mahinda. Can you raise, unmute and video, switch on the video and speak, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for including me in this session. And I have one comment about the talk given by Professor Bandula Vijay. He really did a tremendous job in explaining the talents of the people in Sri Lanka, most educated people in reality. But I would rather think that when you really commend the capacity or the talents of these people, educated people or intelligent people in this country, one should be mindful to understand and also convince the people about not only the positive aspects, but also their negative aspects. Otherwise, there is a tendency that most of the intelligent and educated and talented people tend to overestimate their ability, and then they are not prepared to make changes. Therefore, the strengths and weaknesses both should be, one should be able to let them know, convince them about their strengths as well as weaknesses. That's my point. Thank you very much.
So Reverend Vathara gave a comment. Dr. Bandula, you want
what I say?
Yeah, Dr. Bandula, you want to respond to that, or?
Yeah, his voice was breaking out, so I didn't get the full message. If you can rephrase for me, please.
Sorry.
Very quickly, you can rephrase. Your voice was not clear actually.
When one really highlights the talents, the knowledge and the ability of the talented people, one should not only state that they are talented, but they should be really made aware of their strengths as well as the weaknesses, so that they can make changes whenever possible.
Yes, I think the answer lies in Professor Pathirana's presentation. Now, what Professor Pathirana presented, to my knowledge, for most part, doesn't exist in Sri Lanka right now. This is the system we have in the United States. At the high school level, university level, postgraduate level, this is the system we have in the United States. So that means when you learn something in the classroom, the professor, the teacher always relates what you're learning to something in real life. This is very important. So one of the things that I noticed, because I have a few people working for me in Sri Lanka, is they are very good theoretically, but they cannot relate it to the real life. So that the answer there is to adopt the kind of education system that he apparently is proposing, which I think would be the way to go. The other part of this is, if you look at the students coming into the university, that selection process is not quite right. I can't think of a better word, so let me say it's not quite right. Because if you look at advanced level, it is limited to say 8 or 10 questions or 50 multiple choice questions at the end of 13 years of schooling. No one can judge this kid's ability by asking him 8 questions or 50 multiple choice questions. So the process of taking students to university, it also needs to maybe a change. I think our minister would appreciate that, because right now, if you don't take the right kids to the university, you don't produce right engineers, right doctors, right? The third thing is, I think in Sri Lanka, there is some sort of a feeling that when you go to the university and you get some sort of education, like you become an engineer or you're a doctor, you're done with your life and education. That means you achieved to a certain point, now you can coast. And that is the wrong training that we are giving. I think after the university is when your learning really starts. We have to indoctrinate them. Once you become a doctor, that's when you start. And we have to consider implementing systems like every doctor must every year must take a test to keep his proficiency. Every engineer must take a test to keep his proficiency. Believe it or not, I mean, there are, I'm sure, some engineers in the audience. I'm taking a test every year. Doctors take tests every 2-3 years. And we specifically have to take a test on ethics. That is required ethics course. We have to take, whether we like it or not, we have to take this ethics course and take a test. This system, what it does is it keeps the doctors current in their knowledge base. It keeps the engineers or scientists current in their knowledge base. So these are other things that we should propose and should be adopted.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bandula. So I want anybody, if you have a question to Professor Tushanta, please raise your hand. One hand allowed only. Okay, nobody is raising the hand. So let me take my opportunity as the moderator. Professor Tushanta, I know you work also with a lot of people with Sri Lanka, and I have been following your robotics works, like global work in the UK. So my complaint to you is you are not really contributing back enough to Sri Lanka. Why is that? You are like global figure, I know, but not enough Sri Lankan contribution.
Yeah, I take that complaint. Yeah, so I think my contributions, I'm in my humble attempts were during after the civil war ended, like briefly post in 2001 due to the ceasefire. I quit my job at Johns Hopkins and I returned to Sri Lanka to join the University of Moratuwa especially to set up a robotics laboratory to help the landmine detection problem, right? So there were about 3 million, estimated 3 million landmines just in the southern part of the Jaffna Peninsula. So if you want to resettle people, or especially the farmers, you had to take a very grounded approach to do landmine detection and removal. It is humanitarian landmine detection is different from military landmine detection. So we went to these fields and worked with the Engineers Brigade of Sri Lanka Army, and then we tried to take a very local approach. So local approach in the sense, so our robots were made. I specifically asked my students at University of Moratuwa to think about a design approach that can recycle local material to develop robots, right? So we basically rescuing material from junkyards, right? So if you can make a car wiper motor to make your robot, and then bicycle parts and spare parts to make robots. So for the first time in the world, we were making recycled robots, or robots for the circular economy, but we didn't know that. We just made it, and then we used these robots together with trained mongoose. There's an animal called carnivore called mongoose, the mugatia. So we did a lot of experiments with this mongoose because we knew that it has a good smell processing capacity in its brain. One third of the brain is olfactory cortex. So we were training this animal, and then we were doing animal robot collaboration or cooperation science. And then we published. We discovered so many new things that the world didn't know about this animal, mongoose, and trained them in the Mattegoda camp. And then we tested in several camps. We went to Jaffna, and then we tested with the Engineers Brigade. And then we donated everything, or the transferred knowledge, to the Kotlavara Defense University or Academy at that time. So that is a simple thing I tried. And then after that, the Engineers Brigade continued to train mongoose. not only to detect landmines, but to detect narcotics also. So then we documented and published. So that's a good thing about science, right? So we do things and we document it and we transfer that knowledge to other people so that they can carry on, right? It took me 2 years to understand how to give the right reward system to the mongoose, to train the mongoose to detect explosives, right? And then after that, the training period per mongoose was just 2 weeks. And then we tested them to be 100% very accurate. And then some of the work we did with the engineers brigade was to stop improvised explosive devices from coming to Colombo. So as far as I can remember, the last time somebody made an attack in Colombo was the Pakistan ambassador, the suicide attack on the Pakistan. And after that, it was zero. So it is a concerted effort it's a collaborative effort between scientists and the military and a determined effort to use purely science, right? So one thing I should mention here, maybe we were about 20 PhDs working in the Mattegoda camp, and then whenever we counter something, the return counter from the LTT was within about 1 week or 2 weeks, right? Their teams were super powerful and they're so efficient and talented that whatever we do with about 20 more PhDs, they counter within about a week, right? So we were used to talk about this. One day when the war is over, I feel like handshaking my opponent in the LTTE, for countering me like that fast, right? We didn't have hatred with the opponent, but we were fighting with the opponent with science. That's all, right? And then after that, the war came to an end, and then so the Kilinochchi Jaffna faculty of engineering was started. And then I thought, like, okay, this is the opportunity for them to recover fast, and then reconciliation. And then we went to the Jaffna University and met these students. Most of them were Tamil students, and then I spent some days with them, went to some Kachatiu, some islands, and then I told them, you are doing a lot of cottage industries in this area. This is the opportunity to revive them with science and technology. Let's revise the curriculum. So I sat down with their professors and then revise the curriculum so that undergraduate students in their final year, they have to spend at least a month with the villages around them, and then find a project, right? So it can be cheese making, or it can be curd making, it can be fish drying, it can be sun-dried tomato. Like I told them, you have to complain about the hot sun. That is your resource, right? You can have dried food in your area that cannot be matched by any other country in the world. So you can dry food. It can be fish, it can be vegetables, it can be fruits, but you cannot do it randomly. So if you control the temperature and humidity, you use theories of air conditioning, all these things you learn in the university, do a project, and then improve the quality of these food items, and then export. That is exactly what they did. And then now we go from time to time to work with them to monitor how this happens. Like, so the students go to the cottage industries, find a problem, come back to the university, do ideation with business partners. And I went there with some business people, like, people I knew, like work with Cargills, work with other, these food industries in Sri Lanka, do ideation, and then do a project that is relevant to Sri Lanka, but with high tech, right? And then do value addition in Sri Lanka. So these are the small things I'm trying to do.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Tushanta. But I know I still have my complaint valid with Dr. Bandula as well as Tushanta, but we will be in touch on this, how to get more from you. Okay, Mr. Kavirashin, if you ask a question, you lose your chance to get a question. You want to get a question or answer a question? Ask a question. You are muted. Because
not really. Sorry, I mean, they're not really asked a question, but the question that was asked, I wanted to comment on some of the issues, but I can take it later, no problem.
okay, you can give your comment, and also I want anybody there to ask directly a question from Mr. Kabir Hashin. So first you ask the question, and then Mr. Kabir.
So I'll wait for the question. I'll wait for the question. And
okay. Yeah.
Chaminda, can I ask the question?
Yeah. Identify yourself. Yes. Yeah. Chandimaya.
Chaminda.
Yeah. Yes. Please go ahead. From
Yes.
Professor Mr. Kabir Hashin, huh? Only from him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yes. My question is.
Maybe briefly you introduce where you are from and you're from
yes.
what you do. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Chaminda. I'm formerly a professor in mechanical engineering from Norway, a city called Stavanger, and from University of Stavanger. And my specialty is mainly heading towards offshore petroleum industry and mechanical systems. So my question is, recently we managed to secure some grants to Sri Lanka to uplift higher education, especially focusing on some of the issues that had been highlighted by previous presenters, especially how to make more practical students' work, like use of gamification, for instance. But shortly, now we noticed the government has introduced kind of a regulation or circular, and that's kind of a very, in my opinion, it's very crazy regulation. And when you get the grant, it should go through different ministries, and finally it goes into the cabinet approval. So my question to Mr. Kabir Hashin, can we do something? Because you are one of previous Minister of Higher Education, and probably you are aware of this issue. And not only my project, and I'm speaking here on behalf of all the other people, because we put lots of effort to secure these grants, and mine is around 60 to 80 million, and including 2 PhDs, and it's a huge benefit, and we uplift infrastructure in University of Moratuwa. But not only me, I have a list of, if you really want to take a look on that, I can share the list, but I won't take much time. But are you aware of this matter, or could you please comment on this matter?
Kabir Hashin.
Ratnaik, thank you. Thank you. I think you can hear me now, right? I saw the question in the chat session also. Yeah. Yes, I am not sure. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, yes.
Right, okay. There is a very strict process in Sri Lanka. The FRs, the financial regulations and the administrative regulations are very stringent, and usually, especially when you get funding from overseas, so there's a lot of controls and there's a process. So even if the ministry were to be to negotiate a grant, it has to go through cabinet, go through the Ministry of Finance, and go through certain processes which cannot be changed. Sometimes it gets delayed, and sometimes fundings, most countries, they have a period, they have a time period. If you jump that time period, the grant gets cancelled. So this has to be rectified at a larger level, and I do understand it, but I would definitely like to take this up. In most cases, we have found ways of speeding up some of the grants by working directly with the Ministry of Finance. I would like you to connect with me on this matter, where I can raise this in Parliament and take necessary steps to ensure faster delivery of grants, which is very important for us. So can I, Chaminda, can I quickly say what I want to say about
this? Please, go ahead.
I think Mr. Ratnaik also had asked this question, why we have this problem about students not getting duly qualified in the O-levels, why so many failures. So I think like an economist, and when you look at Sri Lanka, we've been in the 50s, 60s, we were manufacturing, we were only having tea, rubber and coconut. We diversified after 70s, and even that diversification was very limited. We had just, maybe we did garments, then we went into foreign remittances and very foreign workers very limited areas, and our product range didn't diversify. It was just the garments. Now, in 2020, we are a middle income country and we are still manufacturing garments. Our country is now not competitive in the low wage industries. We need to move out, but we haven't had a product diversification. That's our problem. So for product diversification, we need to have mainly technology-based industries, digital-based industries, IT-related industries. But for this, we need to have skilled workers in our country. We have to bring in investors to start new industries, to have products. We need to have technically qualified people. So when that is not being presented through, we don't have, from our education system, that is not being supplied. The biggest problem is, as I said, we have 36% of the schools only have lab facilities, right? That is 64% don't have the facilities. So how many students who want to become scientists, who are science graduates, who want to study science, can't get the access? Maybe the best are left out. So we have a problem. So we need to develop, we say free education, we have the highest literacy rate, but we haven't addressed these problems because of the political going at each other's throat. The second thing is, look at the university system. It's good, we have access for everybody, but the university system is free, and every father and mother wants to send their child into the university as an arts graduate. If you can go there, if you become an arts graduate, well, good enough. Why? It's free for 4 years. You get a Mahapala scholarship and you're guaranteed a job. If you're a graduate, now the government guarantees a job. So why the hell does anybody want to go and study science, spend so much time and learn new things? So the best of our people, our resources are getting wasted. So the system, it is a systemic flaw, and we need to address this, and nobody has the courage. So in that sense, that is why we have this problem, and that is why we think STEM education is important. We need to move out into product diversification. Otherwise, our country is doomed, because we can't depend only anymore on garments and foreign our housemaid income, and also tea, rubber, and coconuts. So we need to go into this, and that is why I think this subject we discuss is of utmost importance for our country's future.
Thank you, Mr. Kabir Hashim. I see a raised hand from Siri's iPad. If your question is to Professor Pathirana, you can go ahead. Otherwise, we have to take another question. I think it's Professor Siri Hettige. If your question is to Professor Pathirana, you can go ahead, switch on the video and go ahead, please. Otherwise, you have to wait. We don't hear you. Any question?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No. I just wanted to respond to that question about cabinet approval.
No, you have to wait for that. Sorry. You have to wait for that.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Please, thank you. So any question to Professor Pathirana? Last question. And of course, you can go ahead with direct chat functions, and I invite also the invited 4 speakers to respond to chat functions, raised from you directly. Yes, Subir, you can go ahead and ask the question for Professor Pathirana. Unmute and go ahead, please. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
My name is Arif Zubair. Professor Pathirana is.
Again, you are muted, sir. Subir, yeah.
Am I unmuted now? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Larif Zubair. I'm at Columbia University. I study climate. Professor Pathirana is a former lecturer of mine, so he knows me. So my question is about, it relates to the topic so far about the creativity of the students and his thinking of where we are training and working with about a dozen young people over the years, for about 20 years. And what I'm noticing is that over the years, the students who are coming, and we do STEM education also, is that because of the role of tuition classes, the students are not getting engagement with science in a way that leads to curiosity, discovery, and so on. And I think that is attributable to the fact that one major factor is that 95% of the students in the government schools, at least, are going for tuition classes, and even private schools. Right? So is the state in any way looking at how we can get past the tuition classes? Because the students who are coming out of that are just baked. They don't have time. They don't have time to think. So Patirana gone through the whole framework of the pipeline from schools to higher education, and whether he knows whether the government can do anything about the tuition classes. Thank you.
Yeah, Chaminda, can I answer then?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. In fact, my answer relates to what Mr. Kabir Hashim also said, that so much the large percentage of A-level students also fail the A-level examination. Now, in the university, whenever we note somebody is underperforming in the studies, we tend to think that this is not his decision to come to engineering or science and technology. Maybe the parents have sent him or something like that. But that is parents' decision. It may be some other decision drove him to do science and technology or engineering. But as I said before, there was a stage, still we could look after those boys. Even though they are going for tuition, stopping tuition is a big story actually. I don't know how to intervene in that. But despite the existence of tuition classes, these boys and girls will be able to develop some kind of interest within themselves. If you go by that the last class future orientation hour or something like this. Remember what I said in the physics class? You conduct 10 hours of physics. At the end of that, maybe you spend one hour to show them the world of technology, not the Sri Lanka, whatever existent in Sri Lanka, the top world technologies. Then they will be able to think themselves while going to the tuition class that I should be able to develop myself so that I get best grades in mathematics and physics and so on. So the tuition culture, I don't know how to stop it, but maybe the school does not provide adequate teaching facilities and so on. Maybe teachers are not around. I don't know exactly what the problem, why they go for tuition. It is exam-oriented approach. You just try to get grade A, something like that. Therefore, they prefer tuition classes. But at the same time, in the school, the job of the school is to expose the students in the right direction, not only the subject matter. Maybe while they are learning vectors, show them this is where the vector transformations and then the practice is going to be with this kind of advanced technologies. So that will help them to a great extent that the right people will enter the university in the right stream. So there's very little chance that they will be underperforming within the university. They will become performers. Why? They like the subject. They know their future. In 3-4 years' time, or in practice, they are going to be with those advanced devices. Okay. So Dr. Subai's question about tuition, why people do like tuition, that is being promoted everywhere. You see, instead of single poster, 50 posters are going to be pasted. Visibility is good. So they are attracted by the visibility and also the advertisement that, so many students of my class, they have got through A-levels and so on. So that kind of approach, in order to avoid that, the school education has to be made perfect. I don't know what is wrong about school education, but still within the schools, there is something very positive could be done. The practical approach.
Professor Patran, thank you very much for the answer. Dr. Bandula, we have to move to the next stage. if you have any urgent thing to say within 1 minute, you can go it. Otherwise, we have to go to the next session.
I have a very quick comment.
Yeah, please.
China just made tuition illegal about a month or so ago. This is exactly what we have to do in Sri Lanka. The other thing I want to say is, in the University of Ruhuna, I'm an external examiner for the last 7 or 8 years. And I changed the way they set up the question paper so that it doesn't matter how much of tuition they go to or do whatever, the questions are asked in a way you can only answer if you thoroughly know the subject. So change the questions, which is not a fact-based question, but a critical thinking question. And I already did that at the Ruhuna University.
Okay, thank you very much. So we see a lot of dynamism in the questions and contributions, but we have to follow the, the agreed format. So I have to go to the next session. So thank you again for the 4 speakers, but I request you, please ask all the questions from the speakers and then create a dialogue on chat. And we will come back again in the final session or not third session where we have the discussion. So Roshan, you want to add something at the stage?
Excuse me. So I think in terms of, I just want to ask Dr. Patirana and Dr. Bandula, I know banning would be something, it would be an option. Tuition classes are just adding what they said. What about maybe regulation of these places, tuition classes and regulation of their curriculum? Just a thought.
Yeah, maybe
I'll stop there.
You can make and they can answer you in the chat. So thank you, Roshan. So now, so we have to go to the next session of expert contribution. We have around 40 people connected, but this again continues as we have been doing. So here Nilan will give the order in first talk principle. I think he has taken a lot of time to regulate the order. And so I would request you to introduce yourself, where you are connected from, your connection, your country, maybe you are affiliated to science and technology, and anything you want to share in addition to that, for example, how you are going to contribute in the future, your projects, what you are already involved. I know anything you want, but keep the 3 minutes, the 3-minute limit. And if you want, you can also share the screen. Nilan. What about Nilan? Nilan, can
right here.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Chaminda. Yes, we're going to start. We had a good time, great time, a lot of knowledge sharing, and I'm really thrilled and intellectually improved. Thank you for that. And we are going to start the second session, and the speakers get 3 minutes. And as I said earlier, the process. So I put you into the speaker view for 2.5 minutes. Then the next half minutes, we're putting into the gallery. Then you will understand that you're going to wrap it up in 30 seconds. And according to my list, we don't take much time. And Tumit Gamage is the first admitted to the session. So according to that order, I have to take because I have the list, because I don't see any other way to go. I know everybody came, a lot of people came in the same time that we are supposed to be started, but I have to take the list somewhere. So Tumit Gamage, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I did just an introduction about myself. I did my degree in University of California Industrial Management stream. After that, I joined MAS Holdings. I've been working for MAS for last 20+ years. So I would like to touch 2 things in this forum. Firstly, the opportunity to work on the data science field. As companies, we have actually been working on the data science field and getting certain results. It may not be at the optimum levels, but I would say, manufacturing, there are kind of challenges where when there is a style change kind of a thing, you need to change the parameters of the machinery. So we have gone into a predictive analytics kind of a level where we predict the required parameters. So we have improved the capacities. So that's kind of an example in some of the areas we have, extensively used the data science. I'm not saying, to implement at that level, but if you look at country, I think we are at a very low level. So my take is there are enormous opportunities even in a country's perspective. So we can look at it. For example, if you look at the agriculture sector, we have the data about our soil. We have the data about our consumption. Maybe even if we don't have right now, we can find it out. Weather patterns. So if we connect all of these, I'm sure we can have the right crop at the right time, and it goes to the consumer at the right price. So those are the kind of areas. That's the kind of productivity element of it. But again, in the same area, the transport, how we handle lorries coming into a economic center, waiting for hours or even more than hours, it might be even half a day. So all of that can be make it to a 1 hour, less than 1 hour, with a kind of a platform enabling data analytics. So like I said, there are plenty of opportunities. This is one of the things again which I wanted to highlight. Sometimes we wait political leadership to change certain things. As individuals or even as small groups, we can do a lot of changes. Say for example, one of my friends early part of this year, he brought up this excellent idea where he connect university students and also universities and the companies. His focus is how do we improve the employability and also get some internship, more and more internship opportunities for university students. Right now, we know how internships are handled. It's on a paper kind of at the end of the internship period, they go and submit to the supervisor. But with the platform, what it does is, it encourages students to give the frequent feedback, maybe on a monthly basis, and do a check and adjust, which is very critical for students. So that is enabled through the technology. So that is in a kind of a small scale as a individual or as a small group. Here we have a lot of professionals, scholars giving ideas. If we collect all of them, I'm sure driving them. This can be an influencing group. So my expectation is we can bring some extraordinary results. Thank you.
Thank you, Tumit. That's wonderful. And next is Kapila Ponnaperuma.
Hi, Nilan. Thanks. Thanks, Nilan, and the organization committee for inviting me for this forum. As Tumit, actually, I'm from Gaul originally, and currently I live in Scotland, Aberdeen, Scotland. And I studied in Calgary University in industrial, same stream as Tumit. There's a theme going on here because Nalin invited all of us. And then I joined a industry as a software engineer 23 years ago. And then after a while, I joined academia and I did my PhD in Keele University, United Kingdom, and then went back to Sri Lanka and worked as a senior lecturer there for about 3-4 years. And then I moved to United Kingdom again as a researcher. After a couple of years, I joined industry. Now currently, I'm a head of technology for a company called Hettiarachchi, where we kind of develop systems to generate automatic like natural language report from data. So yeah, so from my previous example, like experience in both in academia and in the industry, I think we can do a lot. I think I agree with all of the previous speakers about the state of our education system, why we cannot possibly enhance and also use all this kind of marvelous brain power in Sri Lanka, right? So I agree with this collaboration, not about like collaborating between different universities, but sometimes within the university, between faculties, instead of collaborating, what they do is like fighting and not coming up with the kind of a cohesive agenda for the betterment of students and the education and the development of the country. So instead of going into this kind of well-known, probably studied problem of our education sector and how the knowledge is transferred between the education, the academia and the industry, I would like to kind of relate some of the things like I've been doing recently in my job. And I was thinking whether we can like kind of bring these, some of the technologies I've been using to forefront of our IT education, at least in Sri Lanka. So I would like to bring three areas from my current experience. So the data science, as Tumit said, one. I'm sure, I promise that we have not been collaborating, even though he's my batchmate. So this is coming from like my own idea, right? So the data science is one area. The other one is kind of natural language technologies, right? So it's not about like the computer languages, like natural language, the language we speak, Sinhalese, Tamil, English. So how we can use these technologies and how we can bring these technologies into the applications of general people, like the ordinary people. And the third area is kind of the usability, user experience. I think that's very important because we talk about these STEM subjects as a kind of privilege, one like kind of a tribe, like some people, group of people. But we need sometimes like kind of multidisciplinary approach, whether it's like a application or a product or like a software we develop, we need to bring this aesthetics, right? So we need to bring all the aspects of like the usability of these products. So we can enhance like some of the talent from the other disciplines, like the non-science subjects. So for example, if we look at our employees within our company, you can find probably 50% of them have come from other disciplines, even though we are working in the IT, cutting-edge IT technologies. Some of the people are not come from like, they are like their first degree is not computer science, but they have retrained, they have kind of like the learn. You don't need now to go into the courses like MSCs this day and age, right? So there are tons of materials online. There are tons of like the formal courses online. You can just follow and get a good qualification, right? So therefore, we can enhance that like the other, the kind of non-STEM, the workforce or the kind of the people who have gone through this education, marvelous, the arts education, for example, and bring into the technology sector, right? So these are the things that I would like to kind of probably talk about, and also probably the kind of contribute if possible. So one anecdotal example, right? So when it comes to data science, recently with this pandemic in UK, I think in May or June, right? So there were some Delta variant cases found in UK, right? And then within 3 weeks, the Delta variant became the kind of dominant variant, right? And that was kind of modeled, and like there are like the well-established.
Sorry, Kapila, sorry about that. The talk is very interesting. I know that a lot of young power there, and we have to wrap it up anyway. So just shut it out. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, of course, you can continue in the the next session in the quick Q&A with your extra ideas. Okay, the next I call Mr. Lionel Bopage. That's your chance, 3 minutes, and I'll put you in the speaker view. Thanks.
Thank you, Nile. Thank you for inviting me. And I don't know whether I could add anything very much, but I studied engineering at Peradeniya a long time back, and then I did my postgraduate studies in industrial engineering, and also I studied the effects of trade liberalization on the economics aspects in Australia, especially with regard to the motor vehicle industry. And I think now some of us, when we consider not only STEM, but with regard to many issues we spoke, not only here, elsewhere, we speak in silos. We don't consider the holistic aspects. Say, for example, we were talking about issues in the universities with regard to the opportunities to study science and technology, engineering, and so on. If there are no facilities available in schools, how can we expect them to continue their STEM education? Say, in most of the schools in rural areas, they have facilities to study arts, right? And when we can't blame their parents. You know, I think most of the parents in Sri Lanka would be willing to make their children engineers or scientists or lawyers or doctors or whatever. That is their aspiration, but they can't do that. So there is a problem which we need to consider in a broader aspect. As professionals, that is one of the responsibilities of us, because most of the professionals consider politics as out of their bounds. It is not, because everyday decisions professionals make are affected by the decisions of politicians, and political environment affects their decisions. So we have to consider those situations. So, for example, Mr. Kabir Hashim mentioned comparative advantage as the criteria that we should use to improve the economy. Now, is it only the comparative advantage we have to consider? He mentioned comparative advantage as well. But not only comparative advantage and comparative advantage, they are dynamic. And in the 21st century, those concepts have changed slightly. You know, we have to consider more broader frameworks. And without considering those frameworks, we can't talk of improving the economy. And say, for example, if we consider comparative advantage, what happened when the economy was open? I'm not against open economy. I'm not against trade liberalization, but we have to minimize the negative impacts of those things. Say, for example, when economy was opened in 1977, what happened to the agriculture in the north and east? Whereas in Japan, Korea, and those countries, they also opened up their economies, but they took a different approach. And that was the difference. Now, I'm not going to harp on this because this will lead to some sort of arguments, which I don't want to get into at this because we don't have time. Now, when I mentioned that as professionals, we need to consider the political environment, I would like to highlight one aspect. In Sri Lanka, it is ruled by law, not rule of law. So if, as professionals, whatever the decisions you are taking, if they are affected by the decisions of the government, if they are ruling by law, then what are you going to do? Don't you consider that aspect? Don't you have to consider that aspect? As professionals, as bureaucrats, if we don't have a backbone to stand up and say, this is the correct thing to do, I know the whole world is going the wrong way. What I'm arguing is against that. Say, for example, in Australia, the situation is changing because most of the professionals have to obey to the politicians. Even with regard to COVID situation, that's a situation. Although at least, here from politicians listen to medical advice to a certain extent. But the trend is negative. Now, again, most of the technologies are converging these days. We can't talk about engineering or agriculture or medical science.
Sorry, Mr. Lionel. I know that's a lot to talk. I know that we can learn a lot from you too. And we'll discuss more in our next session. We'll go to the next participant. He's going to be Vidura Tennakorn. Next is Vidura. Vidura, come to the mic.
First, thank you very much, Chaminda, for inviting me to this forum. I'm Hettiarachchi Tennakorn. I am an assistant professor in economics at Indiana University, USA. I need to use a little bit more of my 5 minutes to introduce myself because I'm not known to many of you in this forum. I earned my first degree, undergraduate degree from University of Peradeniya, specialized in electrical and electronics engineering, and then earned an MBA from University of Colombo. So I have two of my former professors in this forum, Dr. Pathirana and Dr. Professor Kingsley Bernard. Then I earned my master's degree in economics and econometrics from University of Nottingham, UK, and PhD from Washington State University, USA. And after my undergraduate degree, first 8 years was spent as an engineer in the fields of software development, telecommunication, and automation. Then I moved to economics. Just before migrating to the US, I worked at the Central Bank of Sri Lanka as an economist, as the head of money and banking. And here I worked at two other universities, University of Oklahoma and Eastern Washington University, before moving to Indiana University, where I am now. And my research specialization is microeconometrics, which includes education economics. So that's my specialty. And particularly since this forum is about STEM, and Chaminda wanted to make a forum of people who are working in STEM areas all over the world. I'm very happy that I was invited. I hope that is not based on my background in engineering, but after recognizing that I am working in a STEM field. My department is officially classified as a STEM field in the US, because in the US there's a very clear definition what STEM means. Economics, general economics is not considered an STEM field, but quantitative economics and econometrics is considered officially as a STEM field in the US. And increasingly, the departments reclassify themselves as STEM economics departments. In the US, reclassify their departments as STEM. If I come back to the US, I just have very little time, that's okay. If I come back to the US, as many of you know, in the US, there's no skilled migration program as in Canada or Australia. So US tries to retain most people who complete a degree in the US, and US gives priority to those who complete a degree in STEM fields, like a 3-year field after 3-year period after graduation to stay in the US and do a job and find a job. So that facility is also given to economists who are working on quantitative areas. Then if I come back to what was discussed here, many of you presented identified problems related to STEM's education. And the subject of investigating these problems and finding solutions is the subject matter of quantitative economists. That is something lacking. I can talk more, but I think I am almost at the end of my 5-year window. So if necessary, I can contribute later. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Vidura. And next is the Preeni. I don't see Preeni here. Maybe she left. If she's here, just please come up. Oh, okay, Preeni. Yeah, yours next then. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm Tushara. Abevira. I graduated from actually Peradeniya, University of Peradeniya. And then after graduating from University of Peradeniya, I completed my PhD at City University of New York in biochemistry. My field is biotech research. So when after completing my PhD, I joined Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. So my goal was to synthesize small molecules targeting cancer. So when I can talk about the research for a long time, but the ultimate question here is, so if we want to develop a drug and then contribute to the market, it's a very long process and it's costly. So it takes millions of dollars, and it takes to get the FDA approval about 5 to 12 years. So when we think of that, so the question is, can we do something like that in Sri Lanka, like a developing country? So, but if you think of the time frame and the money, we all will agree that no, we can't do that at that stage, but we can start because there are so many steps. So we have to do preclinical studies first, and then we have to get the approval. We have to start human trials. So, but before thinking all this process, we can start from the beginning, like preclinical studies, lab work. We have all the human power and the brains that we can start there. And as all the speakers mentioned, that collaborative work is necessary. I agree with that. So we can collaborate with everybody to do this process. So therefore, I think the collaboration is very important. And the other thing is, I felt that, so we haven't had the experience. We had the knowledge when I came here. I had the knowledge, but I haven't had the practical knowledge. So I think with my kids, I'm experiencing them in New York, in here, the schools, they have all these research opportunities given them from very young age. So then if we can have something incorporated into our syllabuses, starting this research field earlier in their life, I think that will be benefit for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeni. And next is Chulaka Gunasekara. Chulaka, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, so my name is Chulaka Gunasekara. I graduated from University of Moratuwa, specializing in computer science and engineering. And after that, I came to the US in 2011 for my PhDs. And after completing the PhDs, I've been working with IBM Research, mostly specializing in natural language processing and machine learning. So I wanted, like, can I share my screen, Milan? Quick.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Yeah, so this, what I wanted to share was like, it resonates with what Tumit about as well, like why we need to specialize in data, like why we need to emphasize in data. So I want to mention why we need a national data strategy. Like maybe we have it already in the Sri Lanka, but I want to emphasize what the US have and what we can learn from that as well. So as I think Tumit also mentioned, the data strategy is there in all the like private sector companies, but when it comes to government, we need data strategy so that we can use the data as a strategic asset to serve the public as much as possible, right? So the US federal data strategy came about in 2019, which is proposed by a panel across the federal government representing multiple agencies. Then aim again is to serve the public with the set goals of establishing data governance, improving decision-making, accountability, etc. So the framework has multiple principles, 40 practices, and most importantly, 20 action steps that they have the agencies across the government has agreed to take on, and even the general population can monitor these things. That is the best part about this. So there are principles including ethical governance, where how the data is being collected, which says how responsible they are going to take care of the data, is something that the US government has been accused previously as well, that they are collecting too much data. And the design of how this data is going to be used in the future use cases, and as well as human resource development, how they are going to train people to use this data. And the practices involve like building a culture that values data and promotes public use, how to answer questions that are asked from the agencies as much as possible. And then more importantly, governing and managing, protecting data. This is very important. Like, for example, recently we knew that there's an issue with NMRA in Sri Lanka, which raised a lot of eyebrows from the people. That this shouldn't happen. This shouldn't happen if you have a data policy governing multiple agencies in a government. Right? So, and again, then promoting the efficient and appropriate data use as well. So, as I said, like the best thing about this is this can be monitored. What are the actions that have been taken and how it is progressing throughout this process. You see that multiple data sets have been also made available to the public so that people can use that, researchers can use that and make progress as well. So this is what I wanted to share. So maybe there is this process in Sri Lanka as well, but when it comes to actions, which is something that we haven't seen. So something that we can learn from the US as well to improve our data policy in the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Chulaka. Thank you very much. And next is Professor Sarat Kodituaku. Professor Kodituaku, you are there, right?
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah. Actually, I was about to leave, but since I saw the name, you typed my name. Anyway, is it? Am I allowed to respond to few other comments made by previous speakers?
Yeah, you can do shortly, and if you're leaving, and mainly keep those things into.
Okay, you can use your 3 minutes as you wish. It's all right.
All right. Okay. Now, actually, I just want to first respond to Mr. Kabir Hashim. He said that parents are willingly get their children to do arts. I doubt that very much, because it is there's a filtering system, like based on the O-level results. Certain students are not allowed to follow science, biology or mathematics. So therefore, there's no choice for them. And the other thing is that some speakers kind of blame the tuition classes. Of course, I don't think we should blame the tuition classes. It is the system that we are having at the moment, because basically, if you have an outcome-based education and also like assessment methods, as Professor Bandula previously mentioned, to test the outcomes that they have achieved rather than testing their memories, of course, the tuition masters will also will change their approaches, because they are entrepreneurs. They always read the market signals, and I don't believe in banning things rather than I think it's the government's responsibility to create the frame conditions. So I think what is important here is that changing our education systems, not only in the schools, but also in the universities. And we have to go for more problem-based education and phenomenon-based education, as well as this testing, this modular-based testing and assessment is not going to work in Sri Lanka, because at the end of the day, students, what they do is they just follow the course, sit for the exam, and they just forget it, and that's how it works. And so I think we have to rethink about our education system and the way we deliver, as well as the way we assess. So that I think if we do that, especially in the schools as well, then we will be able to select the right students. Thank you very much, Chaminda.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. The next is Inoka Molligoda, Inoka Makulolua. Inoka said actually she can wait only 1 hour. Maybe she has gone. Inoka, are you there? It seems she has gone. Okay. Right. Then Nirmalan Das. Nirmalan.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, yes, my name is Nirmalan, and I work as a consultant to the corporate sector in the areas of human resource development and organization development and design. My academic background comes from development practice and disaster management. And I also spent time looking at civilizational transformation and conscious development, which encompasses a lot of the systemic changes that we are beginning to see. So I tend to look at it from the point of view of disasters and how best they can be avoided. I've been listening to what's being said here, and I can see there's a lot of enthusiasm to set up, to construct something really good. And what I would like to highlight is a challenge that I see that is being faced in trying to do that. The way I see it, civilization is the outcome of the attempts of our species, the ongoing attempts to improve our lives, for which, of course, they need the freedom to be able to do so. And I see STEM as a pack of resources that has helped us to do so far, and which hopefully will continue to do so. What I see, especially in my practice, is that this STEM requires a supportive framework, which includes three main pillars, one of which is integrity, the other one is institutions, and the third one is globalization. And I like to call these the STEM morality. And it looks like without the STEM morality, we are likely to run into many problems which may be disastrous. So what I do recommend is that we try to use STEM itself to develop this foundation of STEM morality that will ensure that the implementation, the widespread implementation of the STEM resources becomes possible and sustainable and effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Nirmalan. And the next is Nalaka Sirivardhan. Nalaka, are you there?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Roshan, for inviting me. And my name is Nalaka Sirivardhan. I'm the country manager for Child Fund Sri Lanka. Child Fund Sri Lanka is a.
Sorry, Nalaka, can you switch on the video? We don't see you.
Okay. Yep. Right. Yeah. Hope you can see me now. So I'm working in the development sector, known as NGO sector in this part of the world. I've been working in this sector for more than 20 years now in the region and in the country as well. So my input for this discussion, first of all, I need to tell that the whole kind of contribution from different experts are really interesting, and I'm glad that this kind of discussion is taking place because it is very timely. My contribution comes from very practical perspective. If you like, because we even currently my program works in more than 10 districts in Sri Lanka with very underprivileged children. So education is a very much part of it. So things I want to talk was covered by Professor Patirana, Mr. Kabir Hashim, and many of Lionel Bofage. It's good to have that this kind of high level discussion at the policy level and the intellectual level, but also it's very important to understand the practical scenario on the ground, and also try to find solution to to the issues that we face in reality. So what is there on the ground? I'm not talking about this whole developed area in Sri Lanka, like so-called developed area in Sri Lanka, like Colombo, Kandy, and Matara. There's a kind of very geographical based development taking place in Sri Lanka, but rest of the country, where if you go to the school, like what is the situation there? So a lot of people talk about the curriculum, and the content of the curriculum is not really up to date and not kind of market driven. Then what about the infrastructure availability? Forget about the kind of modern laboratory facilities for STEM education, but at least the basic infrastructure for those things, are they available? And also capacity of teachers, like in terms of teaching. Of course, we have in most of the schools in the remote areas, you don't have like science teachers, and even the teachers available, their capacity is quite questionable. And also teaching methodology, the very old-fashioned teaching methodology, which we call as a kind of a teacher-centered teaching. It's not like child-centered teaching. It needs to be kind of other way around. And also access to additional knowledge. Now we talk about the global kind of globalization for quite a long time, but the whole the knowledge availability through the globalization, as it reached to the level that the students and the parents that make decision on the future of their children, and carry a counseling part. It's also, no one is kind of there to help them to understand the world and the demand out there, and choose their career, choose their education according to that those paths. So there's a huge set of issues around this, and it's one can call it like it's a main issue of resource allocation, but at the same time there's a lot of kind of attitudinal level changes that need to take place, and this can be only done through kind of proper infiltration of knowledge, and if you don't do that, whatever the facilities available will be not in effective use. Lastly, I also want to raise this point, which no one really touched, about ECD, early childhood development. Now, if you think about the countries that developed, especially with the knowledge-based economy, you would see that they have invested a lot in early childhood development, and at that point, they start shaping up the thinking of the children, and ECD in Sri Lanka is a very pathetic level, and we try to teach children who cannot write and do the calculation even before you go to the school, which is very destructive. When in what happened in the scholarship exam, and it's also kind of this exam oriented, and the major destruction take place there. So all these structural, attitudinal, and kind of the issues that on the ground need to be addressed to cultivate whatever we are talking here. Right? Without addressing those things, I don't think that we can even do a slight changes in at the top level. So my request is to look into these ground realities, and let's focus the discussion on how we really address those things to reach what we all are talking now.
Nalaka, thank you very much for your contribution. That we're taking the time, and you can discuss further in our QA session. Okay, next is MF Sharif. Mr. MF Sharif, you there? Looks like MF Sharif is not there. And the next is Dr. Subodha Gunawardana. Yeah, Dr. Subodha, that's your time. Make sure 3 minutes I put into the gallery view, then please make sure to
share
wrap
my
it up.
screen?
Sure you do, yeah.
Yep, okay. Okay, I will talk a little bit about this online education aspect right now in Sri Lanka. So the requirement and the reality. So in fact, like right now in universities, since we have these travel restrictions and all that, so it is very difficult to bring the students.
Sorry, Subodha, yeah. You can introduce yourself.
Okay.
Take few seconds.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so I'm Subodha Gunawardana, and I'm working for University of Ruhuna in the Faculty of Engineering. So I have been working in Japan, Canada, and US in Motorola, Canon, and Siemens. So I have graduated from University of Waterloo in my PhD back in around 2012. Yeah, so I'll be talking a little bit about this aspect of online examinations in Sri Lanka right now, the requirements and the reality. So which is kind of a timely requirement in Sri Lanka, since we can't gather students into universities. Specifically in our university also, we had certain issues getting students in and putting them into hostels while the COVID pandemic is in. So I think this is kind of a timely requirement. So I will just go through small steps of this, which I'm involved in right now. So basically in a examination, we all know we have to go through like the students registration, the paper setup and delivery, the proctoring, and then after students write the exam, the answer script submission, and then finally marking and release the examination results. So with this, we know that student registration is kind of like a regular process right now, which happens through the management information systems. If not, we can do it through an LMS or even using a Google form. And thereafter, when we are preparing the exam, so at the examination setup, we have few decisions to make, such as like whether we are going to give a MCQ or essay type question, or whether we are giving open book exam or a closed book exam, and whether we are giving an in-class test or a take-home test, right? So these are very, very valid questions to ask yourself before you are setting up an exam. So if it is an MCQ, of course, there are facilities available in learning management systems or even in Google Forms. I mean, there are a lot of facilities available. However, when it comes to essay type questions, if you use a Google form or a learning management system kind of a solution, the problem is like then you expect student to have like 100% connection, internet connection throughout, otherwise they will have difficulty in writing. And then the other problem is to decide whether it is open book or closed book. So if it is open book, you can be kind of lenient in proctoring, so you don't need much of proctoring if it is open book. However, if it is closed book, you have to have strict proctoring. Now with all this, how you guarantee the integrity? So if you are to guarantee the integrity, probably you are going to have kind of like strict proctoring. So in that sense, now when it comes to proctoring, you can either use continuous monitoring through a platform like Zoom or MS Teams, Google Classroom or something like that, or else you can use a solution such as Moodle proctoring, which has randomized snapshots taken by the software, or else even you can have certain solutions which capture the movements of the student and take snapshots. So these are kind of solutions that we can use. However, with the traditional attitude of our academics, most of them prefer the continuous proctoring because they think students are always trying to cheat. Right? So I mean, at least this is what my experience is.
So yeah, Dr. Subodha, we had to wrap it up, and you can share your PowerPoint presentation, and we can talk more in.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, next is Dr. Sujiva Polgampala. Sorry, I was muted when I was talking here. Dr.
Right.
Sujiva, yeah. Good.
May I share my screen? Let me share my screen.
You should, but make sure for the 3 minutes, and then we can, if you can finish it, then you share with our chat room.
Everybody is allowed to share the screen, so you don't need to ask, directly share and go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
We see your screen.
Wait for a second. Oh. Can you see my screen?
No, unshare. You unshared it. Share again.
Is it okay now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Sujiva Polgampala. Let me talk about the STEM education, the trends in Sri Lanka as a member of the steering committee to the STEM education. This is how we started, and I totally agree with Mr. Kabir Hassim, and he was discussing the cabinet paper, and this is the initiative started with when Mr. Sunil Hettiarachchi was the secretary to the Ministry of Education. We were the 38 initial members, and this project was given to Mr. Vipula Sena, the science director to the Ministry of Education. Later on, we were working as a team, and we firstly discussed the skills in demand to introduce which are needed for the 21st century, and we discussed the expected attributes of students to STEM education as in groups, as in many workshops in different places. What our problem is, actually, when we analyze the advanced level results, this is the root cause of the problem. We could relate the youth unemployment and the advanced level stream selection, as well as we could notice that there is an impact on the youth unemployment on skills and the job demand. So we were trying to test this hypothesis. Me and one of my friends, Dr. Nim Siri, we got together and we analyzed the data from Department of Education and the UGC from 2015 to 2020, and you can see this is the problem raised. This is the problem starts. You see the highest number is for arts stream, and next is commerce, and when you add all these streams, the calculation of the 4 streams, bioscience, engineering science, physical science and biostream science, even that is total of this is 15%. We need to address the root cause of the problem. So we prepared a definition of our own definition, because we have understood that different people are trying to implement certain things which are borrowed from foreign countries, but they are not practicable enough when it comes to the infrastructure and other facilities available, physical and human as well. So this is the document actually which was spoken by Mr. Kabir Hashim, and this is the committee. We prepared the document and we presented this document, STEM policy document, through Professor Ashu Marasinha. Right? That document has everything. We have considered the background, current needs, then the work demand, and how we are going to address the issues, then the implementation framework, promoting STEM education in 2030, and we address how to ensure the quality of education, addressing the 4th Sustainable Development Goals, and we discuss everything. But I'm so worried. It has not been considered. Actually, at this time, I should tell you that this is the time that Ministry of Education, Department of Education, National Institute of Education, and National Education Commission, they are getting together and preparing the national reforms, curriculum reforms for 2023. So this is the high time. Actually, they are doing.
Dr. Sujiva, you can share this presentation to our the chat room, and we'll discuss more further India, because your time is going up, so we had a good time for.
Okay, I'll discuss later. Thank you for the invitation.
Glenn muted.
Sorry, yeah. And next is Namal Lenage. Namal, you're there, right?
Yeah, thank you, Nilan.
Yeah.
Thank you for the organizers, and especially for the Roshan to invite me for this forum. It's great, and I've listened to many talks, and it's really exciting. I think I participate for few of your previous sessions, different time, and can share my experience. So I'm Namal Lenage. I'm a assistant professor in the Ohio State University Wexner Medical Center. My specialty is in translational immunology and infectious disease. So I graduated from Sri Lanka, Jadavpur Medical School, and then I did my graduate studies in University of Nebraska here and trained at FDA and NIH. I did my internship at NIH. Now I'm running my own research program at Ohio State Center. Okay, this is the brief introduction to me, and there are many things we discuss here. I think I'm not going to talk about my science or how we implement whatever things I experience, what other things I experience can implement to Sri Lanka, because I think it's a different discussion. But I hear lots of good ideas, many things discussed. So I think one of the things we did not discuss here, maybe some speakers have highlighted that, but I didn't hear. So not just our major goal is to implement or giving more opportunities or STEM education opportunities in Sri Lanka. So I think one of the factor that I think we need to educate general public, including parents and all the other people in the society about STEM education, and it's important for the development of country. Like I think previous speaker, I think the Nanakara has pointed out one very important thing. Science is not just Western science. It's coming from it's all over there. I mean, it's not something we invented. So those kind of things we need to bring to the society, and we have to educate them. So I think the education, not just the parents, but general public, we should do. Maybe the media can do a great job for this task. And also, again, I think that was discussed, the opportunities. So here in the United States, we can see students who have done totally irrelevant STEM subjects can come to the university, and certainly they can incorporate, they can get into the STEM program. And even after after they complete they will go back to whatever they have learned, could be, but at the same time, the opportunity, open up the opportunity for them is the important thing. So we need to educate general public, give equal opportunity, and also incorporate certain STEM things to the curriculum. Again, when we are in the high school, we did not, we actually not have much idea about what is happening in the other world. So at that time, obviously, long time ago. So because of that, now we have internet and all the other things, we can get information. Still, in Sri Lanka, we can see now some people going to medicine, there are some other it's going to be engineering, but majority of them, they are just stuck with the
certain conventional education things just because they are not reaching out to the proper resources. So I think we need to have resources and educate general public and give equal opportunity. Again, curriculum development is a one thing for sure. We need to rethink about that. When I was at medical school, so we were just learning about medicine. We are not thinking about biophysics or any other things which we needed to enhance our knowledge and also transform something new. So I think we need to think about our curriculum. It should be done in a some higher level, which means the policymakers. But at the same time, we need to think about also infrastructure building. I think nowadays, I know there are certain research institutes, ISF, nanotechnology institutes. So there are many institutes built up in Sri Lanka, but they are not very well incorporated into the education, like advanced level or even the universities. There are some research going on. Those are isolated. There's no such a connection between all these different institutes. So those are some holes. I think those are the things that we need to address in a policy level. But at the same time, like I mentioned, so the one point which we didn't discuss, we need to educate the general public. What's the STEM? Why we need STEM? How we can use the STEM education in order to build our country as a nation and compete with other world. So I think that's the thing I want to cover here. Certainly, how we can use this information to medicine or translational science, we can discuss in details. I think my time's up. So I can contribute in a discussion forum in details. Thank you.
Thank you, Naval. It's a great discussion. And next is, let me see, Vajira. So Vajira Karunaratna, I don't see his name anymore here, but if he's in a different name, please come up. Vajira and next Niranjan. I think both of them are left maybe. Next is Dr. Kingsley Bernard. I see Dr. Bernard is here. Dr. Kingsley Bernard, yeah, you can take the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation and giving me the opportunity. Very briefly about me, I have 40 years of experience in the industry in the corporate sector, including academia. Started with my first the University of Jaffna and then moved to a few other outside universities, that is foreign universities like Colorado State University, CICC Japan, and also finally Malaysia. I did my PhD. I'm not a scientist.
Sorry, Dr. Bernard, you can adjust your camera a little bit. We see half of your head face. Yeah,
right. Okay.
Good. That's
okay.
nice now.
Now
Yeah,
okay.
beautiful.
Why is this okay? Right. Okay. Fine. Now, my understanding, and also the understanding of the most of you who spoke before me, is that STEM is not successful in Sri Lanka. So let me give some reasons so that we can I can share those reasons with you and we can have a discussion on that. I see very briefly, I will present those reasons. One is generally Sri Lankans are very mythical. So they have mythical ideas, and that is irrespective of the category that they belong to, whether they are professionals, intellectuals, politicians, or anybody. The general citizens all are having mythical ideas. They are very, very strong in those. I won't say it's 100%, but generally attitude is that. Then professionals and intellectuals do not have the guts to take firm stands they believe are correct in public fora where it matters. Maybe this is mainly because of maybe the political power and other forces which are against that. We see a couple of instances which are against this statement, especially when they were pushed against the wall. We have seen some people are reacting against those. So that's a good development in any case. Then the third, that was the second one. Third one was politicians and policymakers do not appreciate the value of analyzing issues through scientific process. So that is a great danger that we have. Actually, if you really relate this to the COVID epidemic that we are still experiencing, we would have saved a lot of lives. Then the next one is average Sri Lankan students are weak in mathematics. And mainly that is because of the education system that we have and the way that the education is provided, because the education right now is not promoting innovations, but they are killing the creativeness of students. So that's another drawback. Then the fifth point is we Sri Lankans, although we talk about team dynamics and teamwork, we are not really team players. We don't collaborate, because this word came in our discussion several times. So that is not there. So therefore, value sharing and also improvement through that is not taking place. So those are 5 reasons which got to my mind. And also, if we have the time, we can discuss and then discuss how to overcome these issues. Then attitudinal change is very important, and the previous speaker who spoke before me mentioned, one of the professors mentioned that we have to educate the people. So the value of STEM is not generally understood in this country, and that has to be done, I think, to change the attitudes of the people. So those are the few points I would like to mention. And also, with my experience in the manufacturing, agricultural, and also the finance, especially the microfinance, and also the education sector, I see a lot of these things are really there. These weaknesses are there. And also, if we can rectify those, we should be able to go ahead and make use of STEM in an effective manner. So thank you very much. If there is anything we can discuss during the discussion series. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bernard. Next is Lasinta.
Right. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. I am Lasinta Ferdinando. I run a boutique consultancy firm after being in the corporate sector for more than, I would say, 30 years. And I'll be the odd one in this forum because I don't have a formal education. So I don't have my A-levels, I don't have my basic degree. But when it came to like when you are pressed against a wall, you find out what you're going to do. So I had been a sportsman, so I know how failure helps you to pull up your socks and run it. So now I have 5 professional qualifications with 2 fellowships and 2 masters and masters in IT. So I'm not going to speak about any academia or whatever, because I'm nowhere near in speaking to any one of you with my thoughts. But what I would like to leave is the entrepreneurship. Now, you know, entrepreneurship is a factor of production. Now, I see I'm not condemning, none of you all have created any employment. I see one professor has done 24 patents. I mean, that's the future. Although STEM or anything, I mean, you need to now see what has happened to the Sri Lankan economy. Our exports are not adequate, so our capital account is always negative. Only last 2 years in 18-19, we had a positive capital account. So likewise, we have not capitalized our intellectual capacity or anything from any source to create employment and create real products. So without that, I think one reason is there's a stigma. Those who are into entrepreneurship is so those who fail grade 8. So that stigma has to be removed, and we must embrace entrepreneurship. And even the STEM students, whoever, I think they should be directed towards entrepreneurship. But having said that, the millennials and the younger ones below that are amazing. I mean, they don't care working for the government or any big corporate, but they will get experience 3 to 4 years in a top corporate and see how an organization works, and they want to be an entrepreneur. So I think we have a future, maybe another 15, 20 years, but it's too late. But still for all, if it happens in 10, 15 years, I think hats off. So with that, I will stop my remarks. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chaminda, for inviting me. Yes.
Thank you, Lasita. That's very good. Very diversified group. I like that. I'm also entrepreneur. That's you have point in your speech. Anyway, next is Lasita. Yeah, sorry. Chandima Ratnayaka. Chandima Ratnayaka, you're there?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
come
you.
on to the line.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I will very quickly show you what we do. Let me share my desktop very fast. Okay. I hope. Yeah. I hope you can see the desktop now. Can you see my desktop?
Sure. Yes, we see that. Thanks.
Excellent. So I heard from the starting from Professor Patirana, who was one of my teachers during my degree program as a graduate back in Sri Lanka. We have been struggling for delivering knowledge in a way that the graduates are fit for industrial purpose. So what we did in 2014, we started this nice project, and I'll tell you very fast. This is about gamification, which has been inherited from lean manufacturing or Toyota. And what we did at that time, I didn't believe, because being academic and coming from Sri Lankan system, it was like a joke to me. But end of the fourth year, after completion of the project, I realized in a very short time, we can deliver enormous amount of knowledge to the students in a way that actually what's happening in the industry. So eventually we developed very different kinds of European Union projects. And for instance, then we moved into this level, immersive learning. That means we use augmented reality, virtual reality, and possibly in the future, mixed and extended realities. So everything, what we do, we take the most talented teachers in one way, and their skills we transfer in a gamification level. And it takes very short time to teach, but to develop these techniques, what we notice, it takes quite a long time. And I will show you very fast. Okay, TL2, currently, Sri Peradini leads the project. Part of this project also is this. So how to deliver knowledge in a very shorter time. And in this project, in the last one, not the least, the big man, what we do, we combine, for example, if you think from manufacturing engineering perspective, the CNC programming, we have turning and milling. And then now we have additive manufacturing apart from subtractive part. And then we have measurements like coordinate measuring. So what we did, we developed a game together considering kind of time factor. 3D printed part goes through the turning and milling and finally measurements. So initially it was a crazy idea, but we made it. So that makes students to combine all different knowledge in different applications. So similar way, now we expand this work into other faculties and departments. So all the projects, what we did, we develop a manual, how we did it. And it doesn't matter, not only for engineering, for arts, mathematics, teaching, or whatever as you wish. You can use it. So these are openly available, most of the results. And if somebody interested, I can update you. And apart from that, now this is not updated here. Now we are trying to implement supply chain management part in Sri Lanka, because the poor farmers currently having troubles to send their items to the market. And how do we do that? And most of the youngsters, like the next layer, O-level and A-level past student people work in the supply chain. So we are trying to uplift their knowledge gap. Again, we use the gamification. So, I mean, these are some of projects that we run, but it's 3 minutes. But anybody has any concerns, you may ask how we do that. Thank you. Any questions or concerns?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chaminda. The next is Yeah, if anybody asks question, and you better share your presentation with our group too. And in QA session, we can ask questions. And the next is Niranjan Mapitigama. You there, Niranjan? I don't see your name. Maybe it is not changed. Anyway, the next Dr. Sisira Ranatunga. I think he's there.
Yeah.
Sisira Ranatunga.
Everyone and very good evening.
Ibon. Yeah.
It is very great pleasure for me to join this very interesting session. I am industrialist and also a researcher and the socialist who work voluntarily. Currently, I am the director manufacturing one of Sri Lankan owned multinational company, the Global Rubber Industries. And I graduated from University of Peradeniya from manufacturing engineering, and then I did my master's at University of Moratuwa, and then my PhD on this area where I am going to talk this advanced technology application on University of Jawaharlal. So I studied actually I experienced the education difference in the rural and the especially like the cities like in Colombo, because I'm very far away from the Colombo, from the Badula district, and I really see that Mr. Bopake explained what we are facing with the challenges when we are at the schooling. Now I will go to the presentation. I will share my screen. Hope you can see the screen.
No, I don't see yet.
About now?
Not yet. That's okay. You can share your presentation with our group later. Then we can take these 3 minutes.
Yeah, I am going to talk on the finite element analysis and simulation. That is the application tool for next generation challenges in the industry. Actually, this is a joint project of, I think in the start of the session, talk about the collaboration and cooperation, the triple LX innovation model, because the industry, academia, and the research centers with the government work together, and this is what is the gap in the country. Working in the 25 years in the rubber industry, I have seen this as a gap, and so based on that, this center is basically proposed to the government in 2018 and approved and implemented at the Rubber Research Institute of Sri Lanka. That is, you may not aware, some of people, the world first research center on rubber technology, and then this technology can be applied in anywhere, starting for aerospace engineering, the dynamic analysis of the motor vehicle, structural, or in the polymer industry, or wherever. And then I think the previous Ratnayaka explained about what is the requirement of today the technology change in this virtual technology. Actually, this is a tool where we can use to optimize the product and then identify the failures at the beginning, because the conventionally what we do as engineers, I think we are not into the basically identify the problems at the beginning, and then what we see most of the industry in Sri Lanka, we try to study the product failure after getting the customer complaint, whereas this virtual technology can be used basically to optimize the product, basically the application, and then how best we can use this tool to optimize and simulate the product. And also we have in this center facilities with the training and capacity enhancement of our undergraduate and up to the PhD holders. They can do their research on this area. Also, Sri Lanka provide more than 30% of industrial solid tie to the world. That is, I think, called as the solid tie hub in Sri Lanka. And we are doing about $1 billion as a revenue for our economy, and potential is go for 10 billion. I think we have very confident on this area, and we have made the master plan of making the 10 billion company. Also, the facilities are available on the 3D printing, prototyping, and having research collaboration with industries, and of course, making the product design and optimization. I think that's what about the brief introduction about this simulation center. What I can conclude with the great Bill Gates, what he's saying is we are changing the world with the technology. As Sri Lankan, what we can do to develop our economy, I think that this tool is the technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next is Cicera is done. The Malika Pereira. I don't know, Malika is here. Cicera, you can unshare your screen now. I don't see Malika is here. And then Reverend Vitar Mahinda. Reverend, you can come up. Reverend Mahinda, yeah.
Yes.
Who's previous speaker, please take the screen out. Or you want me to do that?
All right. Now I'm Vatra Mahinda, who graduated from the University of Peradeniya, Department of Archaeology. And then I was specialized in the archaeology of health-related institutes associated with the Buddhist monastic establishment. Currently, I'm also doing some research on practical application of Buddhist, central Buddhist themes in the development of human development. I really am appreciative of conducting this session by the team, and I'm thankful for them for asking me to get involved in this. Well, as far as the education is concerned, several important viewpoints were expressed by a number of experts. Definitely, there are shortcomings, or there are difficulties not only in the rural areas of the island, but also even in the Colombo and suburbs. Sometimes there are some schools that are underprivileged. I think that is the reality. We cannot simply say that the schools in Colombo and Kandy and Galle are all privileged schools. Only selected schools are privileged. That's one important comment I would like to make. And as far as the tuition industry or tuition conducting of tuition classes is concerned, I'm not going to say so many things. However, I would like to say one thing about the syllabus of the small children. Now, generally, the children are enforced to follow some structured kind of syllabuses, and I have learned in Finland. Now there's a system that the children are not enforced to do structured themes, but simply they are allowed and they are encouraged to understand so much about the themes they are interested in. I don't know how far this could be, this kind of practical system could be incorporated in our system of the education in the primary sector in particular. And these are two things I need to mention right now. Maybe my time is up right now already. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend. And next is Asela Kulatunga. Asela, you there, right? Yes. Asela Kulatunga. me see.
I think he left. He wanted to go.
I think he just left.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, then after Asela, Ajanta Ratnayaka.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sure, Ajanta, hear you.
Currently, I'm working as the Assistant General Manager, Information Technology at Regional Development Bank. And my education background is I did my first degree in Management Information Systems from Dublin University, and my master's from Leeds Metropolitan University, and my PhD in digital banking from Aldersgate University, Philippines. But my relationship with Chaminda, we worked together in a World Bank project in education. So thank you, Chaminda, for inviting me. And now most of the speakers were telling about the issues in this system. What I'm going to tell today is the proposals what I submitted to these policymakers and influential people to overcome these issues. The first thing what I suggested was to teach the STEM subjects in English medium, because if the students want to continue it in further education, they get stuck in this language barrier, because most of the knowledge is in English medium. So teaching mathematics, science, and technology subjects in English medium, it's not that difficult also, because maths is numbers and science is more or less the English words are using. So these three subjects teaching in schools in English medium. That's one thing what I suggested. Number two is education research in Sri Lanka is very less. And even if we do research, those are very local research. So what I suggested was to align these three subjects to a foreign syllabus, like EdXL or Cambridge or whatever the syllabuses. And they do a lot of research and they update the syllabuses. Then if we can align, maths is, we don't have Sri Lankan mathematics or like inherit. So maths is maths. So if we align these subjects into international syllabus, means our students are par with the global students. And I have my personal experience. My son goes to international school and daughter goes to government school, and the boy is very good in applying what he learned into a practical situation. But the girl is not. She can't resemble into the practical scenario. So I think it's a great advantage, as Professor Tushanta Nanakara said. In Sri Lanka, it's very less, but these EdXL and Cambridge syllabuses itself, it is teaching like that way. So that benefit we can get it. So number three, what I suggested was the school structure system. This was proposed some time back in World Bank, cluster schools, grade 1 to 5, one set of school. You don't have grade 1 to 12 schools, all grade 1 to 5, 6 to 10, and then A-level schools. So then in that case, we can grasp the benefit of the resources. Sri Lanka is a poor country where we can't spend a lot of money in education, laboratory building and all these things. So one area needs these set of schools. Then the famous schools, all these concepts are over. Students have to go to 1 to 5 school, 6 to 7 school, and A-level, whatever the way they want to study, they can go to math school or a science school or a commerce school, whatever. So then the economy of scale is coming. These teachers will be teach in grade 5 to schools, and they need different kind of playing items, and their system is different, and the teachers' kids' psychology is different. The teachers were trained into that one. So specialized schools, 1 to 5, 6 to 7, A-level, math school. We'll say Royal College in Colombo will be a math school. I mean, you can accommodate about 10,000 students. So then laboratory facility, maximizing the utilization of such facilities. So the structure we have to change. Then the people will be, the country can afford such system. So English medium, the curriculum thing, and the school structure. That was the three proposals I proposed, and it's good thing that I can propose this to this kind of forum. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Ajanta. The next is Asela. I think Asela is back. Asela, you can take your 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chaminda and the organizers. So thank you very much for inviting me to give a self-introduction and what I thought about this forum. So I'm basically coming from manufacturing background. So I graduated from University of Peradeniya, Faculty of Engineering in 2000 from production engineering discipline. And later on, I pursued my postgraduate studies in University of Technology, Australia, and where I did a PhD in industrial engineering and did then joined again the Faculty of Engineering Peradeniya, where I am head of the department of the same department I graduated. So when it comes to the STEM education, I think like many other speakers mentioned already from Sri Lanka as well as from abroad, there are many gaps we can find in Sri Lankan STEM education. But whatever the interventions we are trying to do from various levels, I think we need to know about the ground level situation, because we are the ones who are experiencing the gaps available at the present context in Sri Lanka, because there are a lot of gaps when it comes to the accessibility to the knowledge, and then some of the technologies, some of the facilities we need to promote STEM education, etc., because we are still a developing country. So we have to admit that, and whatever we try to do from top-down approach will not work for my understanding, because we have seen that there are so many things which came from top-down way, but ultimately those failed because those were not properly communicated, and those approaches basically did not get the kind of views from the actors, really the actors who are doing the ground level work. So therefore, whatever we also try to promote from this forum, maybe we have to have a different level of discussions, especially when it comes to the implementation. I think one of the good area for us to immediately look at is the already proposed national action plan and the strategy, which was already highlighted by one of the professionals from Education Ministry. I think that's one area where we can think of for further discussion in time to come. I think Chaminda will consider it seriously, because everything has to be aligned to a proper action plan. Otherwise, those are going to be failed, and a lot of money may be put into those strategies and various projects, but ultimately outcome will be a kind of a, maybe we won't get whatever we expected from the project. So therefore, I think like Professor Patirana mentioned, as well as even the minister mentioned sometime, like the previous minister on higher education, there were so many things already tried, and so many things already worked for certain level, but not fully implemented, because those were not last long in one instance. And there are so many other differences we experience, especially I think I know Professor Chandima's case, because they somehow managed to promote local universities, and somehow they try to link local universities with foreign funded projects, but ultimately we are now struggling to work it out, mainly because of some of the unnecessary barriers already imposed by the current government. Even when it comes to the MOUs, now it has to go to the parliament level. Earlier, department level and university level, we managed that one. So this is the level we are thinking, right? This is the level we are working at the moment. I think these kind of barriers really distract us from doing these type of things from the ground level. So you should know about it, because sometimes those who are abroad, especially those who are working in different countries, feel that local academia and researchers are not doing their role. I think that's totally wrong. I think many tried many things. I think Professor Patir can share a lot of things about the previous decades of situations where they tried and failed, mainly because of the continuation of the policy, national policies, etc. I think so these things we have to discuss in detail and try to find the solutions. I don't want to blame anybody, but these are ground level practical situations where we need to address before we go into the robust mechanism. So even for highest authority, I think even for the president or ministers, whatever, whoever, we need to convince these barriers, because they sometimes do not know. As I heard from Dr. Bandula Vijay, that sometimes presidents are not aware about these issues because he thinks that it should streamline, etc. So that's fine as long as rest of the levels are effectively and efficiently worked it out. If they take about 6 months, 12 months to finalize the MOU, then by the time those parties are not interested to continue with the already agreed activity. So these are the things actually we are experiencing. So I think some of these practical issues really need to be sorted out, as well as we need to think about how we are going to fulfill the gaps when it comes to the accessibility to knowledge and some of the technical resources at the ground level. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Asela. The next is Mr. Ghazali Ewood. Sorry that we had to keep you. I know that you came at the beginning too, but according to the line, I had to go with that. So thanks for the waiting and patience. Yeah, go ahead, Ghazali. Yeah, I unmuted you. Ghazali, we don't hear you yet. No, still we don't hear you. I think your mic is not muted, but maybe the mic level is very low. Looks like
Nilan, maybe we go to the next speaker and then come back.
Okay, Ghazali, you figure out your mic and we're going to the next line, and after next, we're going to chance to you. Okay, because we don't hear you. Yeah. And next is Mohan. Mohan, are you there?
Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mohan.
Okay.
And come with the video if you can. Yeah.
I don't know whether I can from the video. Maybe. I just speak, that's all. Okay.
Sorry. Okay, then you have to introduce yourself and where you're coming from. And
yeah, I did my both bachelor's and master's Colombo University, master's in analytical chemistry, and did my PhD in Australian National University in archaeological dating. And most of my career were based on laboratory-based archaeological research, especially dating of archaeological sites, and also doing science and technology of Sri Lanka, ancient science and technology of Sri Lanka. Now, what I learned from all this experience of 3 decades is that Sri Lankan science and technology is a separate science compared to modern science. So there are 2 sciences. Ancient Sri Lankan science and technology is separate to modern science. You cannot compare these 2 together, because they had simple reasoning is one of the key features of ancient science and technology. For example, I will take one example. Hello, can you hear me?
yes, Mohan, we hear you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I take one example to show the use of science and technology in ancient Sri Lanka. In previous, about 10 years ago, when I was going to do my PhD, at the Abhayagiriya archaeological sites, we came across a lot of pots. Actually, the height of those pots were about 6 feet with nozzles coming out. So we went into research and found out that they were taking out steam for viral diseases at 8th century. Even now, the COVID-19 virus, some people recommend to use steam. So that shows how our ancient science and technology with simple reasoning has been able to be developed. Based on that, very recently, I have done quite a lot of research on various things, but I'll take one example to show you this recent COVID-19 virus problem, pandemic. I thought I would take that simple reasoning to find a solution. Now you can see the virus. If you look at, everybody knows this virus with some spikes coming out. Those are the spikes that bind to the cells in our lung tissues. Okay. Why did they bind to the lung tissues? Because they are electrostatically positively charged. Okay, and in our cells we have particles called lipid Golgi bodies which are negatively charged, so they bind together because of that simply electrostatic attraction. So can you stop this, capture the virus based on this? Yes, you can do it. I have come out with a research paper, and it was published last week in Sunday Island about the whole issue. I'm using negative ions emitter to capture these positively charged viral particles. Delta is the most electropositive viral variant, and because of that, this is transmitted very fast. Very simple, I'm explaining. I'm not going into much details of scientific details. Simple reason. Okay, so if I wear a wearable negative ion emitter, you will be able to capture these delta viral particles and make them neutralize and even fall to the ground, making them neutralize. Now these negative ions are produced in atmosphere, nature. Sunlight produces negative ions. During lightning, it produces negative ions. And in the beaches, it produces negative ions. So people can inhale these air with negative ions, capture even in the lungs. This is my proposal. So you can see if this pandemic came out in the 8th century or 5th century or in the ancient times, our people would have discovered this clearly without vaccines or masks or anything like that. So that is why I strongly say this STEM or whatever it is, you should integrate the ancient science and technology of Sri Lanka to develop Sri Lanka. Because we have a lot of medicinal Ayurvedic treatment and all this properly. Not this jokers are there, but still proper people are there. Some people are still there. And also students should be given a course in ancient science and technology. All science students who are entering science faculty, engineering faculty, medical faculty should be given a course in ancient science and technology so that they can think about this also when they do they go into modern science. So that is what I want to stress. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohan. And okay, the next is Ghazali. Ghazali, I think you're okay now. Still, we don't hear you.
Maybe Ghazali has to type his type his ideas because we don't hear. We can't waste.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay,
Ghazali.
then if Ghazali figure it out the mic, he can come out and we can discuss in QA session. But our 3 hours is over now, so the next there are some participants, but I didn't take into list even because it's over the size. But if somebody like to talk, just please hand raise. Raise hand function will activate now. Raise hand and come according to the order. Then we will give you 3 minutes. You're not left you behind anyway. So
now, can ask first, Siri, was the Siri Hettiarachchi, I think he has been waiting and he won't talk for long.
Yes.
If he's around, then
right. So
Darshana.
Yeah, Darshan Samaraviri is hand raising, so we'll give him a chance and go to Siri there.
Where's Siri?
Yeah, Darshan, go ahead. Take your 3 minutes and briefly introduce you and go ahead.
And switch on the camera, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chaminda and all the others. This is my second time joining the forum, and I thought that I wouldn't get an opportunity to talk this time as well. So I actually wanted to highlight a few things regarding STEM education. I will start my 3 minutes with giving you certain statistics. Last year, that is in 2020, we had 415,114 students in our advanced level classes. Out of this, we had in the bioscience stream, we had 9.9, that's 41,000 plus students, and physical science, 47,000 plus. And then in the technology stream, 46,000 plus. And the art students, they come to 181,000, 837,000, and 90,000 plus commerce students. So my premise here is we all discuss bringing the students into the science or mathematics classroom or the technology classroom or IT classroom. But the ground reality in Sri Lanka, as Mr. Lionel Bopage very correctly mentioned, we have many art students, not because they don't want to get into the science stream or they can't get into the science stream. We have a lot of barriers, gatekeeping. So my idea here is, I come from the education sector, sorry, I couldn't introduce myself. I'm from the National Institute of Education. My argument here is, rather than trying to bring all the students into the science classroom or the technology classroom, sit there and studying, why don't we take science to the arts classroom or the commerce classroom? That is my argument. So STEM, according to me, has to be at different levels. I think first of all, we have to define STEM for Sri Lanka, and we have to understand our ground reality and think of taking science, technology, mathematics into the arts classroom. Then I'm very much sure that you will find the IT industry will find the best UI, UE experts from the art stream, and the construction engineers will get the opportunity to work with the most creative people coming from the arts background. So that is one of the things I want to highlight. And the second thing I want to highlight is, right now, the country is planning for a massive education reform process. So why don't the experts in this area, and why don't you join hands with the curriculum reforms movement and present your suggestions, your proposals before it's too late? Because rather than going through the curriculum and making comments, right, once it is implemented, I think the best way to avoid another mistake, right, I want to say another mistake, is going through what is happening right now and correcting, if there are mistakes, correcting them and taking things to the right path. So I want to invite all the academics, industry experts, and professionals to get together and have a look at what is happening right at the moment and trying to correct them and to bring science to the other streams. I'm not telling that you have to teach hardcore science to art students, but whatever science, technology, and mathematics that is relevant to them, and to bring them into the industry, bring them into the fourth industrial revolution. So that's my idea. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Darshana. That's a very good idea. So science and mathematics is the fundamentals of understanding the life. I am with that. So we'll take it that further discussion. And the next is Suber, right? So you can go ahead. Yeah.
Should we not give chance to Mr. Ghazal again? If he's
the Ghazal, if he is ready, yes. I'm sorry.
Let's give him after Zubair. It's okay.
But we'll see whether his mic works now.
He's ready. It's ready. It's ready. He told me.
He's ready? Okay.
Right. Yeah, after Zubair.
Sorry.
After Zubair, okay. Zubair, and we take
Ghazal, I also invite Professor, I don't know whether he's there, Professor Gunaratna, Greshan Fernand, Dr. Ganesh Fernando, and Dr. Motilal didn't speak. I don't know whether they want to speak, but I invite you to raise hands so that you can take your chance. Please, Zubair, go ahead.
Okay, I'll unmute him. Okay, good. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
Sure, yeah, we can see you.
Yeah.
All right. So just about myself, I've been, as it relates to this conversation, I've been working in and I've been lately in the climate and environmental fields where Sri Lanka, like other countries, has some serious challenges ahead. It is not appreciated. I don't think people understand the details of what's going on. So I come at this not from the point of view of like trying to make money here for anybody, but it is like how do we do risk management, and coming at it from the perspective of the people mostly at risk are the marginalized and the most vulnerable. So science and technology, and I actually going to what some other Mohan and others said. I used to teach history of technology at Peradeniya at the Faculty of Engineering. So I'm conscious of the role of that. But I think here we need to factor in what Lionel Bokerge and others said about how do you do empowerment, because right? And especially when you're dealing with the marginal, how do you do it in such a way that you're not worsening the problem? Maybe on aggregate, the country is going to get richer, but overall, you're going to get bigger problems. So we have a model in which we had done this with working with the Mahavali Authority, and I was at Columbia University. So we've been setting up organizations locally, which get past the problems that we have in trying to work through the universities. I have worked through the universities. We've taken various grants there. But the only way we can function is by setting up outside the government, but working with the government organizations and taking students at a young age, soon after university or even before that. Community. And it's working, trying to get schools and university students. And this I have done after working with various government departments. So what I'm going to suggest here is that, if you want to think about equity, think about the use of technologies, think about empowering people and empower people with all of these opportunities that are there. So, and you have to work not just in Colombo, but in all the different areas. I mean, Colombo is also seriously affected by urban problems. So those are some of the ideas. And, I think that it is possible that we can have a different model where we have groups of people making sure that things are getting done by having networks on the ground, which can work on the different problems as articulated by people on the ground. These are very cheaply done, and it's done.
Yes, Subha, yeah, we're disconnecting time to time with you. Anyway, that your time's up, and we'll discuss, share your presentation with us, and we'll discuss more in our Q&A session. Yeah. And next is Gresham, his hands up. We'll give a chance to Gresham.
Ghazali, let's have Ghazali.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Ghazali is next, and after that, Gresham. Sorry. Yeah, we'll get Ghazali.
Yeah.
And Subha, you can take off the screen, please.
How do I do that?
Thanks. Stop sharing, then it'll go away. Yeah.
So, is it okay now or stop sharing?
Okay, yeah, now it's good. Good. Yeah. Ghazali, yeah.
Yes. Hi, guys. I apologize for the issue with my voice. Thank you, Roshan, again for inviting me to participate in it, in this STEM initiative. I think it's a great initiative. I think long-term and short-term, Sri Lanka has to look at the science-focused responses to our daily lives if you want to be a sustainable country and to grow in a fashion that we can take care of ourselves. I come from a hospitality background. I started my hospitality career here in New York City for like early 90s at the Waldorf Towers. And then I was part of the development of the W hotels in New York. And I've seen in relevance to Sri Lanka, where I bring my background is tourism and hospitality, being that Sri Lanka currently has tourism as one of their main source of income. And I think unless Sri Lanka also evolves with the world on a platform where they can use technology to both on the service side as well as integrating globally on the technology platform side, I think it will be difficult for Sri Lanka to compete with a very competitive tourism market in Southeast Asia. So I think how do we accomplish to become a country which can attract these tourist dollars coming to Sri Lanka? And I think, I believe early education, the students, then the corporates, understanding that and making certain early investment in that area. And I feel that unfortunately, Sri Lanka has not really kind of like, while there is a lot of advancement, there's a lot of scope where we can really go after. And I think the primary area is to kind of like do the early education where the children are taught to start thinking in a science way. Like even, for example, introducing things like critical thinking, chess, robotics. I know that several people spoke about robotics because robotics is going to play a big role. AI is going to play a big role. So I think there is a lot of scope for Sri Lanka if like both the academic side, the government, as well as the private sector can really think through how we can help Sri Lanka in the long and the short term. That's a few words I thought I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Gasali. And we'll give a chance to next to Grayson Fernando.
I think, sorry, Grayson, you can go ahead, but Dr. Motilal is trying to hand raise manually. So you have to learn how to hand raise on Zoom. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chaminda, for inviting. I believe you can hear me well, right?
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, right now I'm in Markandura, Sri Lanka. Actually, I just came to Sri Lanka. I'm from Seattle, USA. I arrived here today, so I'm a little bit tired. So bear with me. Because I had to be in the quarantine for one day and then arrived at home several hours ago. I am a graduate of University of Peradeniya, Faculty of Engineering, and I also did manufacturing engineering. I heard some of many speakers here from University of Peradeniya, and in fact, Professor Patrin was my teacher as well, and in fact, Chaminda is my batchmate and roommate. I am I was in the academia after doing my PhD in Ohio, USA, and then after that I joined industry, and right now I work for the Boeing company in Seattle. So while I was working for the industry, we co-founded an organization, a non-profit organization called Fab Lanka. Myself and Chaminda were co-founders. And what we, in fact, the idea of doing that was to bring the technology to the left out populations like school leavers, for example. And I heard, I think Darshana mentioned earlier that we should take the science or the STEM to the schools, with, instead of trying to bring students to the STEM field. So I completely agree on that. And in fact, the Fab Lanka establishment is just trying to do that, but not to the schools, but to the other left out communities. So I think we can kind of replicate a similar model to bring the STEM, important elements of STEM education to all the students in the schools. Arts, commerce, and of course STEM students get it. But we cannot make all the students take STEM education, but we can take the STEM education to them in a similar model like we are doing in Fab Lanka. What we do in Fab Lanka is we take more interesting topics like 3D modeling and 3D printing. Those are very attractive to anyone. Anyone can learn those and do those. And I have examples to prove those. So so that's kind of an idea that I have. I think I think many of you might have echoed the same idea in this forum, because I was not in the full time listening here, but I heard some of you echoed similar ideas. So yeah, so that's basically that's what I wanted to just share briefly.
Yeah, thank you, Greshan. And hereafter, I'm going to hand over to Chaminda, I think, so we can go for the QA and the next to the World Cafe session. Then after QA, we are going to off the recording. Then after that, if you want to have a World Cafe network idea exchange and happy time, maybe it's so the Chaminda, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
and Roshan.
thank you very much. But before that, I think I recognize some people who have not yet spoken, so I will call based on what I know. Dr. Motilal De Silva, if you like to say something, please go ahead. You are muted. Yes, now you can speak.
Yeah, thanks, Chaminda, for inviting me. My background is my first degree is in engineering, production engineering from Peradeniya. Then I have a master's in IT from Keele University, and I did my MBA here in PIM. And then very recently I got my doctorate in business administration. First I studied in AIT, and from there I did my last part, mainly research part in there's a Ole Paris Ordnance Business School in Paris. So my research work mainly on startup collaboration. So it's corporate venture capital is as an engagement model for co-creating 5G ready services, because my background is mainly on telecom, this telecom startup collaboration. So my background is mainly on strategy, like about 20 years experience. So I worked as a chief strategy officer at Dialog Asiata, then as a vice president in Asiata Group Malaysia. Then last few years I spent in Fiji as the CEO there for Telecom Fiji. So I have a fixed line mobile, both blended background. And so the strategy is very important. I think even STEM education, it should be started from national planning level. Now, good example, because I did a study when I was doing my doctorate in Malaysia on their digital skill sets in digital economy. And the country had set some goals, strategies. the four main strategies. One is that I'm taking only an example. One area they have identified is productivity improvement. Then they have set their goals and objectives, and from there they have identified upskilling and reskilling is important. That's one of the important areas they have identified, and they have identified areas like complex problem solving, critical thinking, and creativity, and those things are important. So they have imparted those areas in their education system. And then they have formulated their action plans, programs. It's like a cascade. And then the other good example is the China. China had set a goal that is to make the country well equipped in artificial intelligence. And then from there they cascaded down to other the lower levels like education, and then industries, and then it's the planning. I think planning is very important at country level, and then after that, then at organization level. So that's I think that is what we are lacking. I think the country planning is not well integrated with the education and then other things. You know, that STEM education should be, I think, cascaded down from the national goals.
Okay, Dr. Madhukar, thank you very much. I think you highlighted very important issue of integration. So we are not only talking about integrating STEM education, but also we want to integrate education, science and technology to policy as well as to development. Yeah. Okay, so we'll come to a discussion very soon. I want to give also final call to Dr. Professor Gunaratna, former Vice Chairman of UGC. He has been there for a long time, but no sounds. Okay, anybody else? Hiran, I see name as Hiran, but I don't know whether you talked before. Hiran spoke, right? Before? I don't want, I want to follow the rule imposed by Milan not to left anybody behind. So if you have any, if you have not spoken yet, please raise your hand. This is your final call. All right, so I think everybody is happy, and so let me just now, of course, you can have the discussion the way you want based on what you think urgent, but I want to pose some guiding questions to have the discussion maybe for next half an hour. So what are the suitable and most possible knowledge and technology transfer modes and methods for Sri Lanka? Some of you have already discussed, including Dr. Greshan Fernando and few other guys. But maybe we should focus on, because we are having kind of a self-interest purpose to have this session we want to kind of exploit your knowledge mainly from outside Sri Lanka to Sri Lanka. And what are the challenges and available opportunities in Sri Lanka for such knowledge and technology transfers? How to build a strong and active international science and technology community in Sri Lanka of Sri Lankans, not only Sri Lankans, but we will focus on Sri Lankans, but also foreign guys who we consider as friends of Sri Lanka also can be part of that. I think Dr. Bandula also mentioned about this as a force. So any other related ideas on how to go ahead? These are not about your own projects anymore, but we want to have this convergence here that we want to go further. So how you can contribute, what are the ideas, what are your, for example, expectations or experience sharing or best practices? You can raise your hand so that we can, but maybe I will first ask Tushanta, because he has been there for a long time and he got a lot of ideas. If you want to share something at the beginning, and then we can go with other people. This is free. There's no anymore FIFO. So you raise hand. Based on the hand raising, we can allow you to talk. Yes, Tushanta.
Okay. Thank you very much. It has been a great session. So I was enjoying all the talks. So about knowledge transfer, I don't believe that there should be a one-way knowledge transfer, right? So it is a two-way thing all the time. So the starting point should be a Sri Lankan leadership. So I always keep telling my Sri Lankan colleagues, give the leadership first. Like start a project that is very relevant to Sri Lanka, right? So I mean, it can be that kind of landmine detection, or it can be a simple project like using your sunlight to do some project, right? So sun-dried vegetables or something like specialized Sri Lanka, something that is very unique to Sri Lanka, using the Sri Lankan resources. It can be marine tourism supported by robotic interventions. Anything, just start it. Like we don't know what is really best for Sri Lanka right now, given the resources and limitations. Start something that is really rooted in the Sri Lankan resources. Then tell us what is missing in Sri Lanka. Like start collaborating in Sri Lanka, and then if somebody just tells me that I don't find collaborators in Sri Lanka, I see you as a potential collaborator, I kind of suspect them first, right? Because if you cannot find somebody within Sri Lanka, that means like there's something wrong there. Right? First, find around, look around, talk to your industry partners, and then talk to your academic colleagues in other universities, and then that gives some credibility that you are a good team worker. And then we can think of, okay, so what can we do to support? There are multiple ways we can do. There are international grants, like I mean, UK had this Global Challenges Research Fund, and European Union has funding sources for international collaborations. And at that level, or even without funding, maybe we can use some of the funding we have and then kind of repurpose them to do some of the work, right? Or we can co-supervise a PhD student in Sri Lanka. We can find a way around. We can find something. As far as it is beneficial to both sides, right? So it should be like, I mean, if I don't want to do another project that I can do here, right? So, or in Europe or in the US, right? If I want to do some project in Sri Lanka, it has to be unique and exciting, and then I know that it is going to help Sri Lanka. So I think that is the starting point. And then keep in mind that bandwidth is limited. So I cannot spend too much time. Maybe I can spend about 1 hour a week. But if it is to continue, the Sri Lankan partner should know that my requirements, I want publications, I want some impact, right? So it can be a patent, it can be a spin out company, new spin out company coming out of it, or it can be publication. So some output should come out of that effort. So if these things are kept in mind, these things will continue. And then that is at the individual level, right? So at the top level, from the government, maybe the National Science Foundation or the what is that, Research Council?
National Research Council, yeah.
National Research Council can have a streamlined funding scheme for that kind of international collaborations, right? But that streamlined funding scheme can be matched with other international funding sources. Maybe they can negotiate at a country level with the European Union or with National Science Foundation, US, NIH, US, here in UK, EPSRC and equivalent, JICA and that kind of things. Okay, what they have to say is, we are funding our local partner, right? So just you fund your partner and collaborate, and then we will go for some kind of a IP sharing agreement. And then these are mediated at a high level. So these policy frameworks can come on top of individual efforts. I think that might work. That is my suggestion.
Okay, thank you, Tushanta. Now we have Dr. Sujiva and Dr. Vidura has hand raised, but I also want to ask Dr. Chintaka if you want to say something, because you have been running the chat function for hours and even talk. So if you want to share something, please go ahead. And then we go to Sujiva and Vidura next.
I think I've asked a number of questions on the chat area. So one was around streamlining. Thanks for the opportunity anyway, Chaminda. So one was around online education, for an example, something that we are struggling at the moment as a country. Access to education at the moment. So how can technology can be used, and how the current expertise can be used. We've got the expertise, but it seems like streamlining that expertise, using it to streamline education approach hasn't happened so far. It's been nearly 2 years into the pandemic, and we still haven't got a plan, at least a plan for that. So I can see there are a lot of efforts, individual level efforts and institutional level efforts, but national or regional level of effort hasn't been there. So I think there are a lot of consequences. There will be a lot of negative consequences of that for the country. And the issue is not unique to Sri Lanka. It's interesting that I'm part of a current study with some of the Indian higher education institutions, so the well-known and globally recognized institutions. And that's also one of the findings that in India as well, although they have some of the greatest or best IT graduates in the world, they don't also have such a mainstream system or infrastructure in place for education to be delivered for at least most of the students. So that's just to add that. So what can we do in the short term to get that sorted out? Because it's an important issue to sort out as soon as possible. Because we've already lost a lot of, I think, talent, time, and a lot of students haven't had adequate education for the last nearly 2 years. So okay. Thank you. Thanks very much, and thanks for your contributions to chat area as well. So let's move on, I think, to the next.
Dr. Sujiva, you can go ahead. Try to be brief because we want to get more people also.
Yeah, actually, this is a document that we prepared with a team of experts, and we have given this, and this has been submitted to the cabinet by Professor Shumara Sinha. You will find number of quite good proposals here. Even we talk about the STEM license for the teachers, because we do believe that our teachers, they don't have a license, right? Once they get into the field, they retire as a teacher. But here we suggest, we have useful suggestions even in each and every streams. We have suggestions for, we don't need grade 11. Why? Children do not go to school in grade 11, and they don't need to stay home until the results is out. They can just simply select any stream that they want to follow, and we don't need grade 30. Do you know that many of the students, they do not come to school? So that there are some of the very good proposals and the selections modules we have suggested even for advanced levels. And it is not actually, we are talking about STEM, we have STEAM, right? Even the mathematics, pure maths and intermediate maths, and they can select.
So Sujiva, is this a public document? Is it available online?
Not online, actually. I have the document, and since this is a forum, I can share this document because I don't want this document to be thrown out, because this is a work that
so we
has
will,
been...
now, Dr. Sujiva, sorry, now we have to, for example, this is only opening forum, so we will look at all your suggestions and documents posted on the chat function. We will review and come back. Thank you very much for this valuable work you have done. So we will also look at that as a reference on how to go ahead. So thank you very much for that contribution. Dr. Vidura, yes, sir, go ahead. Muted, you are muted.
Sorry.
Kapil,
right, I think you can hear me now. As an economist, I want to express my broader issue on, my view on the broad issue that was discussed as an economist from an economics perspective. So the discussion was, continued on the assumption, which I do not disagree. I do agree on the assumption that the whatever the STEM production is not at the optimum level or not at the appropriate level. So if we can increase the STEM related output, whether it is the number of students or whatever the time spent on STEM education or whatever, we will have a better, better position than the status quo. Then the issue, if I would analyze this, is I would analyze this as a supply or demand problem, whether it is due to a lack of demand or lack of supply. And the Kabir Hasim argument, for example, was more towards the lack of demand. So his argument was most students do not want to enroll in STEM fields, but they are going for say other arts and other degrees. That's one issue. And then there was another argument, like for example, Lionel Bopage about the supply constraints. So the government does not facilitate required resources. It doesn't mean these are two opposite arguments. It can be a mixture of the two sides. So depending on the actual issue, the solution can differ. So if there's an issue with the demand, that means the advantages of STEM education in the Sri Lankan context, for some reason, it not as what we think. Because for some reason, if most students are attracted to arts streams, not STEM streams, there is something wrong which we need to address. So what most other people discussed here probably sheds light on that area. So in other words, if the STEM education can be improved in a way that its benefits, private benefits, will be higher, more students will be attracted to STEM education. But for some reason, it doesn't happen. On the other hand, if we try to complain policymakers or politicians or whoever, so then, okay, so if we think the policy should be changed, whoever thinks the policy should be changed needs to present that in a very clear and quantitative manner. So for example, one statistic mentioned by, say, former Minister Kabir Hashim was if STEM inputs can be increased by 1%, it increases GDP by 1%. Then if that is the cause, why don't we do that? Definitely it will involve cost. So the proposal, the report just mentioned by Dr. Paul Kampala also, I think has proposals. But I think it may have these things, but I haven't read the report. But what it needs is a sort of a quantitative statement. If we make this change, we have these benefits. They should not be just qualitative statements. If we make this change, this is the cost and these are the benefits, and they should be in rupee terms, because whatever the investments to be made by the government comes at a cost. That's public funds, tax money. And right now, as we know, government has a budget deficit, so that will be deficit financing. So it involves like a 10% interest. So the return on this investment has to be more than that. If someone can make an argument convincingly, oh, this is the case. If you invest this amount of money today, this is the rate of return, and this is the cost of financing, the benefits outweigh the cost more than needed. I think that will be. Many politicians, policymakers, and even the general public will listen to that. So. That's my view.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Vidura, for that ROI calculation. Now, I want to highlight before going forward. Now, we actually want not to only talk about STEM, because even we changed the wording later, Science and Technology Forum, because we were thinking mainly about, in addition, of course, to STEM education, how science and technology can be included. I think somebody mentioned, Namal mentioned about scientific communication to the public. So those are other domains, how policymakers, how, for example, more scientists and technology should be in the parliament, how there be more so-called STEM guys in decision making, and how, let's say, for example, why scientists should tell us what should be pandemic strategy. So we are talking about policy, science and technology everywhere, not only in the education. Please remember that that's also one of our focus. Not only like improving education. Education is important and it's a fundamental thing, but we are also looking at, let's say, how to have more engineers, for example, in the parliament, simply, or how to have a doctor in as a president, something like the prime minister, or any other scientist. Kapila, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the discussion, and it's been really really good and really eye-opening. Sometimes when you live outside in Sri Lanka and you lose the kind of touch. You get the news, but like you're not don't understand what's really going on. So I was taken by some of the comments that like to have a university level the kind of collaboration, you need like some of the kind of government level approval or ministry level approval. So when I was in Kalni University, we had the department level MOUs with many other universities, and it was mainly kind of approved by the council. Council is the ultimate authority of decision making within the university, and there was like a strong academic independence of these institutions, right? So I don't know what happened to those acts, or like, so there should have been safeguarded by the Parliament Acts, right? So how can that kind of thing happen, right? So how can that kind of breach happen during, I don't know, last 10 years probably. So that's one thing. The other thing is like, for example, when it comes to collaboration, so as a academia, I think there's like a very clear path where you can have collaboration with other institutes and other people. But person coming from industry, there are some slight restrictions with IP and patents and all those things. So therefore, trying to find like a mechanism to like collaborate with the companies or startups or whatever form, like to kind of contribute as personal levels, to find a mechanism or like facilitate some sort of tools, mechanisms through this forum so that we can contribute as a personal level. So two things. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Kapila. Anybody want to contribute anything? People who have not switched on their videos, I call upon Darshana, Reverend Vathara, Dr. Sisira, Namal, Gunaratna, Professor Subir, Sandeep. Darshana, you can go ahead. You want to talk or not? It's okay. It's okay. So yeah, now actually during the first invited speeches, I think Tushanta mentioned about the importance of not considering science and technology as a Western thing. Even we have a long tradition of science and technology, which is, I think, something I also indirectly highlight at the beginning, and also importance of collaboration. As I mentioned, I see Tushanta's in global level collaboration, very high level collaborations. So we should actually be able to learn from them and also get the benefits of such eminent people outside Sri Lanka. Dr. Vijay mentioned about emphasis of STEM education, team development, and we as a group, we have to have a forceful team to negotiate with governments, also with the other policymakers, do new things. Collaboration is the term which is coming again and again. So now let's talk something about how to go ahead, because that's important. We are actually we are trying to develop this as a regular platform. We will have more events, but also small team discussions. As I think Greshan already left, we have like 5 years, 6 years of experience of introducing Industry 4 technology to Sri Lanka at all levels, from Prime Minister's task force to even school children, educating school children, 3D printing, and to different domains. So we have like out of government, non-mainstream, private level pilot way of collaboration, but we want to have many of such things and also different other pilot testing before going to the national level. So we want you to come up with ideas on how to collaborate. I think Tushanta mentioned very interesting thing in his last comment. local leadership and ownership. I think that is a very important thing, because otherwise there are a lot of issues. There are like cheating guys who want to get some money, or be part of the global forum, and also then we have issues of not found here syndrome. So now we have proven, Tushanta, that we are doing this, even though we don't get the national media coverage all the time, but it is possible to have, for example, Fab Labs. We have a Fab Lab out of university system, out of government, out of corporate system, to work with the let's say, marginalized people. So any suggestion? We need now no more complaints. How to go ahead? Some constructive ideas. Please tell us your ideas. Darshana, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chaminda. Now, one thing I want to highlight is now taking your Fab Lanka, right? Roshan and you, as co-founders, you're doing a great thing. Now, why can't the traditional educational institutes, especially the universities in our country, why can't they have a bigger kind of an approach to attract people? For example, I have seen MIT. MIT is doing a lot of activities to attract young people to science and technology. Every weekend, they have programs for teenagers, young boys and girls. Once I saw Sri Lankan parents, friend of mine, taking their child, right, from the outskirts of New Jersey to Boston, right, every weekend, for their child to attend these actually not classes, these activities. So they have made the university a place for the young people to come and have their hands-on experience, and and in a way, the university also can identify the potential brains, right? The best brains from the US and from all over the world. So
Darshan,
why can't Sri Lankan universities do that?
Because we have fences around the universities. That is a very interesting thing which I already wrote about it. I think only Peradeniya doesn't have a fence, even though they have big doors and walls and Ibiaturas, but you can go through the university. But all other universities, they have fence. When I asked why you have fences, because not fences, walls, right? Like Tushanta, Moroto people said, because otherwise the dogs come to the university. And then I asked why 10 feet. No, it's like universities Sri Lanka universities are like castles, they have castle mentality. The guys outside are like the bad guys, they want to steal things. So that mentality is one problem. As you said, they are not open communities, they're not inviting. There are a lot of barriers to get into the university. That should change. So we are also discussing about that. That's an important point. Anybody, Chandani, you want to say something, because you have been only welcoming, but did you get any new ideas through the discussion today?
Yes, Chaminda, thank you. Actually, I was, listening to it, and yes, we got a lot of insights, and let's see how we all can work together in order to develop a framework to how to mitigate all the ideas and to contribute to the development of the education in Sri Lanka. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. And also I want to ask Dr. Sisira on his different science and technology experiments and ventures, especially the simulation center. We are also collaborating with them as Fab Lanka. Sisira, you want to say something about that? The difficulties you face, or support you got?
Yeah, mainly I face with working especially with engineers to change how the attitudes of our engineers. That's what is still our.
That is they need to formulate in the political party.
Almost majorities, they are, as I think mentioned by at the beginning also, the attitude of our engineers especially. I think that some role has to be the soft skill of engineers, especially here some people from the representing for the university. There's some challenges for them to change this, how best they can adapt to these changes and think out of box, and how this science can be basically the transforming the technology. That's what most important. And also even the government side also say for SME sectors, we don't have real basically the product innovations. Our entrepreneurs are still having all this very old technology, and we are not competitive, and we can't meet the cost of production is very high, the productivity is very low. With that, our SME sector is very low. Say like Japan, I think more than 95% the all contribution to the national the economy is coming mainly from the SME sector. With the Peace Center or this technology change, I think that's a good opportunity for us to basically, as Gesang also mentioned, how best this technology can be transformed to mainly the entrepreneurs and the people really working on the product development as well as process improvement, and basically take this new technology. And how best we can use this technology the rural schools where they don't have access even, we see during this pandemic situation, how they are facing the difficulties in studying. I think these are the most of challenges, and also the financially how we are going to survive. I see most of even the industry, they are not willing to invest because they will not realize whatever the investment they will be basically investing on the future, and the payback will be, because when you're going to automation, the compare with other countries, our labor cost is low. With that, they compare basically the technology investment is, the payback is less. But what is most important, other indirect or benefits that they are not realizing. I think these are the two challenges that they are facing.
Cecilia, in addition to what you said, I also want to highlight about the industry. I think Roshan will not be unhappy with me. Now, we have a Pereira's kind of industry. The Sri Lankan economy is run by Pereira's, Sumal Pereira and Damika Pereira. So these guys are actually either gamblers or arm dealers. This is live stream, that's all right. But now we need, as Cecilia mentioned, real industrialists, people who make things and then scale up and earn money or value add to the society by innovations, new products, and new concepts. But we have these crony capitalists or so-called lumpen capitalists who try to make quick bucks by trading something. So that also should be kind of change. Lasinta mentioned very interesting thing. I think we didn't pay much attention to that. He identified himself as a kind of fail guy in the mainstream system, but I know he's a very successful consultant, and he was also in my MBA class. Lasinta, can you highlight now? My problem sometimes when I wanted to invite people to come to a discussion on science and technology, people shy away. If they are accountants, marketing guys, even economics, lawyers, they consider themselves as non-scientific. That is why actually I ask even people like Sri Hettiarachchi to come, because for us, everybody who uses scientific method are scientists, social scientists, applied scientists. So Lasinta, can you kind of elaborate on what you said? Entrepreneurship is not really driven by so-called scientific people or technologists.
Right. Thanks, Chaminda. In fact, in the last 7 years of my consultancy career with about 15 industries, I've turned around 9 groups of companies. So that is, although I have not provided employment, I have secured employment of well over 3,000 people. Now, in this, you get scientists, graduates, and the engineers and all that working in factories, but they are all tied up with the same mode of operation. So this thing I told the client, look here, my fee with the changes of the production planning, I will earn my fee. So you hire me, I will within 2 weeks, I will give you the performance. So likewise, the engineers, I mean, now it's about looking at the return on investment. Now, anything, now even these graduates, sometimes they go for the state sector employment, they don't look at their life value in terms of return on investment. Say they will get starting 30,000, 40,000 salary, and very seldomly they'll get increment, right? Of course, they will get a pension. But if you really see, if they go into the private sector, I mean, their earning ability is enormous. As well as, now say, as an entrepreneur, I will tell you, now most of you all, I mean, enjoy life after paying tax. But as an entrepreneur, we enjoy our life first and then start paying taxes. That's how the tax is being managed, right? So these were like these engineers, they should really, or not only engineers, they don't know how to commercialize their ideas.
Okay.
Like they are very good in coming with solutions, but they are not commercializing. Now, how many patents Sri Lanka produce for a year? Maybe 4 or 5. Maybe nanotechnology or someone will have a patent. I don't know whether there are. So software, it's very difficult to get a patent, but we have very good software developers. So
you are
leaving that
basically
aside,
saying, so I think if I get your point correctly, so you're saying the people don't think along value lines. They are like limited to their own domains of engineering, production, manufacturing, maybe even design. So that is an important point. Now, when you look from outside angle, let's say from the entrepreneur's point of view, or even people like Lasinte is mainly from the originally from bank. So when you look at from business point of view, we have this disconnect between commercialization and engineering, for example. So
absolutely. Now, say if you take SEMA, they give a rounded approach, but they are not technically savvy. Now, if you take chartered accountant, they are technically highly experts, but in terms of decision making, but now they change their own curriculum.
So let's ask, so Lasint, let's ask from Motilal, like he has gone through this process from engineer to strategist. So how did you manage, and what are your lessons to other people? Do you agree with that kind of
strategy? I think again, I think this is a very good discussion, right? But we should find a way of taking this to the policy level, national planners. I think that is what missing. Now we have election manifestos, Chintanaya, but finally that is a political, just a document, and there's no proper national planning. Now my earlier example, Malaysia, they have now the last year they completed MP 11, Malaysia Plan 11. So they set a goal. They have GDP goals. They have goals for productivity. I mean, one of the strategies they have set is productivity. And then in addition to that, there are other strategies. Now, for example, productivity, then how to increase productivity? What way? So then by improving human capital, you can do. And then you can infuse money, to increase. But what they have identified, digital technology. So to digital technology, they lack so many number of like PhDs. They identify we need at least 50 PhD people in these areas, AI area, then IoT, then blockchain, and they have identified the national priorities. Then once they identify national priorities, they can set goals for other sectors like STEM, and then digital economy, and then the sharing economy.
Dr. Motilal, so let me ask a quick question.
Being investors.
Now, who will tell that? Who will tell the?
Yeah, that is. We have to have a 5-year plan. Now these are all 5-year plans. We I think in 1970s we had something, but it's not properly linked to the ground level. So it should be bottom up and top bottom. Okay. Now these, sometimes I argue with you on China. China, they have this plan. Now they have just completed. I think this year they are completing.
Sorry, I had to cut you down. Now, should we initiate and tell the president? Or
yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think the political authorities should first identify a 5-year plan, but it's bipartisan.
Okay, right. Thank you very much.
It's not a political game.
Okay, thank you very much.
Not a Chintanaya. It's not a Chintanaya.
The final comment from you. Thank you very much, Dr. Motilal. Who are the guys?
In the background of telecommunication. So as an academic, what I can say is like what we are lacking certain KPIs for academics. I mean, as a person who is into engineering, I can say, like, because recently I heard that we got some kind of a performance audit, and it says that we lack certain amount of national contribution. Then the question I asked was, what was the KPI set to us? So as far as I understand, what our KPIs are like, this many hours of teaching, this many hours of university development, this many hours of, this many number of probably research proposals or papers. But that's all. And even those papers, they don't have to be in high rank journals or high rank conferences. So without setting those kind of KPIs, we can't go forward. We have to have like.
But Subodha, I know lot of resistance when we were trying to introduce KPIs.
Exactly. Even when I talk about those KPIs, when that audit query come, I said, you don't have to even answer for this audit query. You first tell them what are the KPIs that you want to set for the next year. We'll achieve that KPI, and if we don't achieve, you come to us. And then we have to come to an agreement once you set the KPI, what are the resources that you are going to give and what is the contribution of us. So without that KPI, you can't do it. But like there's a lot of resistance even from the academics when I talk about KPIs, because they don't want to like set KPIs, because then they are going to be bound to that.
Unfortunately, Professor Gunaratne is not kind of active, so otherwise you could ask him. So thank you very much for that. So we have to kind of close now without World Cafe, because we have a few people only.
I am around.
Yes, yeah, okay, right. I send
I
you.
am around.
Okay, so there's a complaint. There's a complaint.
What is that?
So
what is that?
Academics in the university system, you have not set efficient KPIs.
Yeah, that is there. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that, because that I always say that that maybe that university academics should be paid based on the performance. Even today, I learned that maybe a lot of people said about maybe their patents and all these things, and so that maybe the rank of the journal they publish and everything has to be considered. And there may be that maybe the contribution they do to the industry and the funds they bring to the university. But this should be that otherwise maybe that basically there is a big problem in our university system, because that is not incentives are not aligned. Say for example, we think that maybe the funds are allocated by the maybe the treasury and through the UGC. Then the circulars are sent by them, and then the promotion system is there, so that you work for the promotion. Beyond that, nobody worried about this system very much. And also the university vice chancellors, councils, and the deans should be worked as managers in some aspects. Say for example, that as a dean of a faculty, that I think my fund is okay depending on the number of students I train, depending on the students' ranks, that say the student, how they rank my faculty, so my program, and that those are the sum of things that we could consider. And like that, then also I have to save money, but unwanted electricity or unwanted water usage and all that I have to control. So that type of mentality should be there with the university managers, academic managers, deans, head of departments, vice chancellors, because now the system is used to that. You ask more money, and maybe that there is no system that within the university also there should be a freedom. You should decide who to be promoted and whom to be not to promoted, and all that decision, because that if somebody unwanted this person is promoting, it's a cost to the institution.
Okay,
so that has to be seriously think.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Incentive aligned environment should be created. I agree for that.
Okay, so I also want to say something now. Kind of salvation of university system as a system or as universities may be time consuming and even impossible from my point of view. So you have to have some kind of side doors, I think. Now I know this the model by German model of Fraunhofer institutes. So these are collaborative institute for particular scientific research and development, organized or institutionalized by the industry, city council of that particular area, as well as the university. So they have autonomy, not like the university, and they are specialized on, let's say, robotics or water management or whatever it is. So if you can also have something like those kind of think tanks or institute specialized as collaborative institutions, maybe we can implement those kind of KPIs and other autonomy, for example. I don't know whether Tushanta has some ideas also on that. But Professor Gunaratna, I want to ask something else from you.
What is that?
Yeah, now let's say there is a discussion that we need to have a force, science and technology community, national and international, let's say, organized group. So if we can have this as a forceful platform, are you going to tell the president or the next president from your side, can you kind of do the negotiation, because you are the one who connect us with Russian also. Can you do that role?
I might not, I don't know that people might listen me or might not listen me. But even with the when I was appointed as the UGC vice chairman, I think I did a lot. I think that some statistics that we use today, our intake is about more than 45% is into STEM program. That is the right statistics. So the output is still not yet come to, because that during this 2015 to 20, a lot of investment went into the maybe the what it is STEM education. About 10 technology faculties, 2 new medical faculties, at least 1 engineering faculty, and nursing faculty, and agriculture faculty. Too much of investment, that a lot of investment in 2005 to 20 invested in the university system in STEM education. Even the existing faculties were expanded, even with the local funding, and that some donor funding was allocated to expand that more emphasis was given. But that doesn't mean that we neglected the maybe humanities and social science education. There the funding was allocated more into the quality improvement. So therefore that was done. But I agree with the Minister Kabir in one thing, that maybe when you say the student motivation towards the science education or the STEM education, their target, A-level students' target is engineering, medicine, now even something computing, not the other physical sciences and or the biosciences. That's not their priority. They go to those faculties, but not that priority.
Okay, but I want to ask this particular question as a motivation for my team here.
Yeah.
Now, in case if we can collaborate and have a strong platform, strong community of science and technologies from around the world, do you think as a hope the Sri Lankan policymakers, government, not just this one, but future governments will be able to hear us, and can we negotiate with them? What is your guess?
I think there is a hope, and only thing that maybe that even yesterday I was listening to a forum, economic forum, organized by another group, and that there even I saw that former Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe is speaking, that current central bank governor Cabral was speaking, and some maybe that governor of former governor of Indian Central Bank was speaking. So that maybe that what to get their support, and I think we have to get them down to these discussions. So that is the way forward. Like then they think there is something behind what we say. So like get the involvement, irrespective of party politics. We get the involvement of right people who has a kind of who had the listening ear, and maybe who can tolerate with the ideas that we try to express, and that type of we had to engage with the politicians also. So that is very important, that maybe once they are in power, at least some people will try to experiment these things.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the hopeful note. Now, I think we also as scientific community, we should not believe or rely on their mercy, but we need to have our own strength and power, as Foucault's idea of power, science and technology is actually, they are power. So we should have very organized, independent and, global platform to do that. So we will work on that. So I want to ask anybody if you want to say something final comments before winding up this session. Anybody? Raise your hand so that, Darshana, you can go ahead.
Thank you again for the opportunity. I have already put that on chat. Do you think we'll be able to penetrate the bureaucratic curtain to reach that level? That is my question, because if you visit the website of the National Planning Department, you will not find Dr. Motilal. He mentioned that Malaysia having 5-year plans, and that's true. But in Sri Lanka, on the website of the National Planning Department, we don't have a national plan. Instead, they have the present government's manifesto. So the first thing is, I think, to penetrate this bureaucratic curtain.
Okay, Darshan, yeah, it's a good point, but I look at this from other point of view. I am thankful that at least they have a website. A few years ago, they didn't even have websites. And even now, sometimes you can't, they are not website, they are like newspapers online. So I think it's an opportunity for us. That is why, as we said, we don't go and, for example, maybe I should tell this also. Mr. Kabirashin doesn't have a LinkedIn account. So I propose that I will make one from him. So therefore, we have done some kind of this demonstration effect. So people pick and we can hook them. So this is an opportunity for us to engage and involve. So Tushanta, maybe we will finish from you.
Oh, thank you, Chaminda. And I mean, if I'm the last to speak, I want to thank all the organizers for this wonderful session. It is, this wonderful. So my observation is, I want to pose a challenge to Sri Lankan academics living in Sri Lanka. So why can't you? There are, I don't know how many universities, 15 universities, right? So about 15 universities. There are engineering faculties, medical faculties. So pick up your discipline. Like, so let's say electrical engineering or mechanical engineering. Get together with all the other colleagues in rest of the universities, right? And then come up, do a workshop, about a 1 week workshop involving the industry. Invite relevant industry partners, invite relevant policymakers, get together, sit in one place and think about a national plan, right? So what are the national priorities in your field, right? So what are the resources and what kind of value addition we can do? I mean, for robotics, I can tell you several things right now. There are not many people to climb up coconut trees today to pluck coconuts, right? So it's very easy to develop this kind of robotic solutions to support the coconut industry. Basically, my spin-out company is also basically developing sensors for the coconut industry. So smart agriculture, it can be smart tourism, it can be technology assisted value addition to the marine resources we have, right? There are so much seaweed around you, and then nobody's doing anything about it. Like, there's so much sunlight, and then there's so much seaweed. And then these can be the job of these, agriculture faculties and I don't know, food related academics get together and then think about resources and value addition, and then set up some national priorities, and then talk to the policymakers. Don't blame the politicians. Like, so just tell them, this is the outcome of this workshop. We engage the industry, we engage all the academics and policymakers, and then these are the national priorities. And if we invest this much money into this, in about 5 to 10 years time, the GDP will grow, or we will add this much percentage to the GDP, right? And then number two, if they're doing it right, universities should be able to claim that we made this impact, right? So this many spin-out companies, this many publications, and all these things. And then for doing that, the universities should be rewarded. So in UK, there's a thing called block grants, right? So there's a national block grant, and then all universities are invited to submit their impact cases every 5 years. And then depending on the impact they have made to the economy of the country or the impact, to the society, this block grant is apportioned, right? So maybe let's say Imperial College gets this much, let's say 30%, and Oxford, Cambridge get this much. And then other universities get depending on their impact. And this is a massive amount of money. Massive amount of money, right? So it covers about 40% of my salary, basically. each academic if you divide it by. So the universities in Sri Lanka should be rewarded like that, right? So if University of Peradeniya is making this much, the highest impact, they should get the biggest block of that block grant, and then that should be supported. I think start from the bottom up, get together, don't blame the government, come up with some strategic priorities, and if the government can support that, then the government should do this KPI thing, right? So basically reward the universities for doing that, and it is going to start that positive cycle. That's my suggestion.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't want to actually, I was thinking about doing a wrap up, but since we had a lot of ideas and we have already going beyond the time, so I will not do any wrap up. I will hand over to Roshan to do the thanks, but thanks again for all of you, for your valuable ideas as well as long time spent with us. But we will not give up you, but we will have hooks on you and then come back to you again and again. Prashant, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chaminda. And I'm delighted to witness such a large participation. I think we had 44 experts from all over the world. Discussions were very deep and vibrant. One of the key takeaways was collaboration with global experts while we ask initiatives and leaderships from the Sri Lankan counterparts. Now, one might think that the ideas shared were divergent, and I agree. We as a group eventually will put them together and converge to formulate policies for Sri Lanka. And I'm thankful to each and every expert contributor for their valuable time. And I hope that they're leaving today feeling that they were given a seat at the table to contribute. Our forums strive to give every participant view and equal importance. And we hope you will stay on with our group in the future and continue to engage with us, helping to formulate policies in relation to Sri Lanka. On behalf of the Global Policy Initiative for a Futuristic Sri Lanka, I thank you. Over to my colleague, Chaminda, if you want to say a few words.
All right, maybe Dilan and Chintaka and Chandani can at least say bye to the group.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a wonderful group and meeting and a lot of knowledge sharing, and especially I learn a lot. So this is wonderful. I hope Chaminda will continue these kind of intellectual, wonderful, educational meetings for us in future too. And yeah, I know that it's like more than 3-4 hours, but I don't think it's waste, because we learned that. So I didn't even feel that time. So it's worth. And about the education, then I had to give a little idea, maybe my feeling, what's going wrong with this education system, maybe not only in Sri Lanka, but some other countries in the world too. But the education, I think education should be, technology should be understanding the man first, like our biology, like the education should be going to our biology. But today a lot of exams and studies we do for the theoretically pass the exams, even for the higher education too. But people who have in their biology, they act as entrepreneurs and innovators like that. So that's where I think the whole system also we have to focus that. I know we cannot change that easily, but that's my idea. So that is why that a lot of entrepreneurs coming from without higher education. So because they have no problem with taking risks, and they have something inside their biology changes. So that is my idea. Other than that, a lot of that the Tushanta and Nanakara and all other experts and invitees gave us a lot of knowledge. Thank you for that. Thanks. Next, Chandani.
Yes. Hello. Thank you, everyone, again. So as we understood now, everybody knows that we need a change. So let's do it from individual level, institution level. So that's what we can do at the moment. Then we'll see how we're going to connect with the policymakers and to make it in a national level. So thank you very much for all the expertise, idea contribution, and also for enlightening us. I'm sure this will be reached to all the levels, and we can do a lot of work in future. Thank you very much.
I think I'm the one left now. So thanks everyone for all the contributions and all the interactions. And it's been a great session. I think the enthusiasm has been brilliant. So let's hope we will make something out of this and implement something as well out of these sessions. So thank you very much.
Okay, so let's stop recording.